Well, actually...
I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just so by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind.
It's the Travel OG, and welcome to the Black Manosphere Conclave 5.0!
We got started in 2021 in Atlanta, united in the pursuit of excellence in all things. It's been one hell of a ride.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind?
We're now focusing more on opportunities for men, in particular passport bros. Guys who go abroad, they want to have a different lifestyle, they want to have a different achievement abroad. Oh yeah, there's without a doubt the narrative has changed for us greatly.
I just finished speaking and having a chance to tell individuals about how to live the American dream outside of America. And I was here to help so many men when it comes to understanding what they need to do in order to relocate.
With the political climate, things that are happening worldwide, guess what? Nobody's coming to save us. So it is indicative that we all bound together, tighten up like a fist, and strike a mighty blow against everything that's fighting to stop us, man.
It's nothing but good, positive people, good, positive energy with one goal in mind, and that is to make money, get the hell out the Matrix, and enjoy your life. You dig? So shout out to all of y'all. Theme music.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
They're here enjoying Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Tonight's episode, gentlemen, it's going to be a good one. Over the last couple of months, I would just say basically month and a half, we've sat back and watched Anton Daniels not only attack Love Crossing Borders, not only attack men with passports. We've not only watched Anton Daniels go back and forth with Corey Holcomb, become buddies with the lead attorney, as well as other content creators. And we've also seen what's taking place with the young lady, Micca. We heard what Corey Holcomb said about her as they were leaving the show. Take that itch with you. But she hasn't said anything. She hasn't spoken out about it. She sat back and just let everything unfold so far. Until yesterday. This past weekend, actually. To where she sat down and had a candid conversation with a friend of hers. And she exposed everything. Everything about her relationship or business relationship with Anton Daniels. Her husband. As well as her continuing to be on the show, whether she's going to be on the show or not, how much she was getting paid, and how she felt about the situation that took place with Corey Holcomb, including where she stands when it comes to President Trump. Now we're going to listen to what she has to say about Anton and all those things. And it may seem like all those things that we're listening to seem importante, very important. But this episode is not dedicated to Micca. So as you listen to Micca, I want you guys to hear something. There's a theme of this particular episode tonight. You're going to hear about Anton Daniels. Damn, Anton. This episode is not about Anton. If you're here to hear about Anton, I don't give a damn about Anton. Really ain't even tripping on Micca. Corey Holcomb, Corey gonna be Corey. So what's this episode about? This episode is about simp support. I said it, simp support. As you listen to how Micca carried herself with Anton, you can tell her husband was simp support. None of this wouldn't have happened if her husband wasn't simp support. She goes into details regarding what she told and what she didn't tell her husband. Many of us didn't even know she had a husband. You know why? Simp support. And if you think this woman is hiding her man, how many of you guys are in relationships back home in the States or in other countries where the woman is hiding you? So this episode is not about Micca, even though she's the one that's going to be interviewed. It's not about Anton Daniels. It's not even about Corey Holcomb. This episode is about all us men that dare to be simp supporters. We, instead of standing up in our masculinity and being honest and telling our woman that works for us and this doesn't work for us, we sit back, even if we have money, like simps, like wimps, and just let our women, even if you got money, even if you've got prestige, we still often let our women just run off and do whatever they want, and sometimes to their demise. That's why you got to be, as a man, two of the elements of being a man, of the four elements, men are judged by four elements. First element is provider. What do you provide? Well, actually, five elements. Number two element of a man, problem solver. Number three element of the man, the penis, or the intimacy of the relationship. And let's just stick to four right now. And number four, and one of the most important elements of being a man in a relationship, you must be the protector. Now, a lot of times when we talk about protecting men, quite often, or men that protect, quite often we think about in relationships, just in case somebody breaking the house or protecting her from idiots on the streets. But I beg to differ. Yes, it's your responsibility as a man to protect your wife, your girlfriend, your special lady, your situationship from the dangers outside of the house. But it's also your responsibility to protect your woman from the dangers inside her head. I'll say that again. The reason why this whole thing took place was not because of Micca, not because of Anton, not even because of Corey. The whole thing took place because too many of us men today are letting women dictate the whole thing. In other words, not protecting them from themselves. And then now you got a situation that's unfolded in her life. But a real husband, not only want to use the term real, but a truthful husband or honest husband or a spiritual husband or a focused husband would have known to protect his woman from bad decisions. And you're going to see this throughout the show. If you're wondering what the thread is going to be throughout this interview, don't get caught up on the Anton part. She's going to talk about Anton. Don't get caught up on the Corey part. Don't get caught up on her talking about Donald Trump. Don't even get caught up on how much she made. The common thread that you guys don't want to miss in this episode is where the hell was her husband and how could he have let this happen? That's what the thread is tonight as you listen to this interview. But shout out to all you guys that listen to my opening monologue. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate every one of you guys that are here. Yes, sir. Let's get some shout outs going. We got 49 people in the building already. Shout out to all you guys, man. Make sure you click that like button. We like you. Make sure that you like us too, because you already know when you click that like button,
Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth, oh yeah,
Oprah's coming next because we've established this as a place of truth. Thank you guys for supporting, and I really mean that. Thank you guys for supporting by way of Cash App, by way of PayPal, and by way of the Super Chats this evening. We appreciate that, guys. For you guys that support the channel, appreciate that. And the first support is our brother with the new member. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sasus, I hope I pronounced that correctly. I believe that the T is silent. Shout out to you, Sasus, being here as a member. If I pronounced it correctly, thank you. If I didn't, blame it on my head and do not blame it on my heart. Thank you guys for becoming members, as well as my brother Will, who's always here showing some love. Yes, sir. Salutations, Andre and chat family. He say smash that like button. Support by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. He say this is going to be another awesome show. It is. It really is. This interview was about an hour and a half. I chopped it down to 50 minutes because the first half was like politics, but then they got to the real meat. And I got to give a shout out to the interviewer. His YouTube channel is called Perspectives. He lives in Washington, D.C. with Micca. He's been a friend of hers and a colleague of hers on another show that they were on together. So Micca's been in entertainment in DC for quite a while. If you follow her Instagram, she sings, she's done tours. I'm talking about she's doing her thing. She didn't need Anton to blow up. I'll say this again. She already had a YouTube channel long before Anton came along. She's going to tell about how she met Anton. But once again, guys, don't get caught up in what she's saying about Anton. Corey Holcomb, President Trump, herself, focus on the one question being answered. If you have one question tonight, if I had one question that I would ask Micca, where the hell was your husband and why was he not husbanding? If I could create a word tonight, put the ing on husband. The word husband in its original language means gardener. For all you guys that don't know, gardener. I'm a gardener. You guys who have solid relationships, even though you're not married, but you really are into each other, you're a gardener. Your job is to make sure you got the seeds, the water, the nourishment, but it's your job also to keep out the weeds. Keep out the weeds and the thistles. That's your job as a man. The stuff that she can't see, you supposed to see. How the hell did her husband did not see this coming? We saw it and all the clues were there. We saw this from day one. All the clues were there. So, gentlemen, tonight, I kid you not, you're going to see the situation that unfolds with the simp symptoms. Yes, sir. The simp support. You know, some women got child support. There are other women that have men with money and position and prestige, but these men give simp support. Yes, this is going to be an awesome show tonight. Shout out to my brother Kenny Peoples being in the building. Got your emails, Kenny. Appreciate you, especially with the chat GPTs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is good. He said, good evening, Dre. He said, sidekick should have kept her dang mouth shut. Yeah, should have kept her mouth shut. But you know something? She gave a little bit more clarity. And you're going to see her kind of like scapegoat and duck and dodge the whole interview. Like I said, the guy that interviews her, hats off to him. He did not hold up any question that you had. This brother asked, and if she tried to skip past it, he was like, that's not what I asked. Several times she tried to skip past, and he was like, that's not what I asked you. I asked you specifically, did you have sex with Anton? Oh, this brother coming with it. This brother, I had to give it to him. Shout out to the YouTube channel Perspective. Yes, sir. Shout out to David Dice once again of the Dice family. Yes, sir, in the building. My man Nick being here. We got 47 in the building. We got 47 in the building. Shout out to Nick being here. Good evening, brethren, to you as well. My man Simple Logic is in the building. Glad to see you here, brother. Them VA boys are at it again. Yes, Maul. VA boys are at it again. Shout out to my man Stay Locked in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here, as well as salute to T-Mac, as he said, salute to all. Yes, sir. Glad to see that you're here, brother. Glad to see that you're here. My man Charles, Mr. the lover of Brazil himself. Shout out to Charles being here. Saying what's up. Dropping by to say what's up. He said, I hope y'all easy. Yes, sir. We're having a good evening. Let me scroll down a little further. We got my man Allen in the building, Mr. Richardson, that is. Glad to see you're here in the year of our Lord, 2026. He says, shady ass chick episode. Basically, yeah. Basically, yeah. That's why I want you guys to focus more on the husband than you do on Anton. The reason why I say that is because you're going to notice she wasn't just shady to Anton. She was shady to her husband, too. Like I said, ain't no way in hell you hanging out with another man like that and don't nobody on the planet know, except for a few people in DC where she's from, know that you married. You you've been on that show with Anton tonight, the late night conversations, for almost 6 months to a year. We have never heard you talk about from all the relationship topics they had. No one has ever heard her talk about, well, me and my husband, we do this. Or my husband and I, well, my husband said. We've never heard her say this. I've heard other women on the panel talk about their husbands and boyfriends. But Micca, we didn't know until this dang interview. We didn't know that she was married. That would be like Andrea coming on YouTube. Andrea channel started in 2019. From 2019 to now, she's on YouTube, right? And you have never heard her talk about me or even being in a relationship at all. And talking about relationships as a topic of her channel. Just imagine my wife did that. She talked about relationships in Colombia with foreign men and how to do it. But yet she never talks about me, ever. And you didn't even know I existed. That's how Micca did this. She was shiesty with it. And she gonna come up with all type of slick excuses tonight, guys. Don't listen to those slick excuses. I kid you not. We got 61 in the building. That means I don't have time to give a shout out to everybody. Glad to see you guys here. Shout out to Dave. $10 love. Dave says he said, I gotta own up to it as a man. He said, I missed the last live. Was over at Chick's house. Shout out to the chick. Was over at Chick's house. Single mom. She didn't put out. So I let myself out. It was more mad that I missed the live. I have been there, bruh. I have been there. Hey, we win some, we lose some. Sometimes we having a great batting average, and sometimes every once in a while we just we strike out. I'm with you on that one, brother. Yeah, her husband was absent, like Stedman, right? Like Stedman with Oprah. When was the last time you saw Stedman? I don't think Stedman is even. We don't even know if Stedman is still alive. Remember when Stedman first, when Oprah, like her first 4, 5, 6 years, Stedman was always out there. Look at what I got. I got a tall, light skin, bro, with the good hair, right? Then we saw Stedman hair turn white, and that's the last time you saw Stedman. And she talks like Stedman is still alive, but ain't nobody singing Stedman in Forever in a Day. ever in a day. Shout out to my brother Ronan and all you guys out there in Southeast Asia. Good morning. Good morning. We got 65 in the building. I don't want to hold us up on the interview. Shout out to Jay. Shout out to YouTube and Is a Habit. I don't want to take too long. Shout out to Leo Gaines of the Gaines family. Greetings to you, my brother, and all the listeners. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family as well. And my man Zeta. Shout out to my man Milk Duds in the building. Glad to see you here as well as LJV, Southern Vegan. Glad to see that you're here as well as Jaman being in the building. Appreciate all you guys that are here. Let's get ready to get started. Hope I didn't miss anybody. And if I did, blame it on my head and not my heart, gentlemen. Blame it on my head and not my heart. Let's go over here and bring the video up. Let me change the music for us. You know how we got to do. There we go. Let's put it right about there. Right about there. Okay, let me turn my volume up. And let's get started. Move me out of the way.
And has Anton met your husband?
In person, absolutely not.
He has not met him in person. Has he met him over the phone or in DM? What other form of introduction when you say not in person?
Now, as we go, some of you guys are coming in. Remember, tonight's theme is not Micca, even though she's being interviewed and she's being very transparent, even though she's going to come along, it's going to be a little shaky because you're going to be like, she lying in a lot of areas. This live stream is in her, this interview is not about Anton, even though she's going to answer a ton of questions. Shout out to this guy that interviewed her. He did a great job. It is not about Corey Holcomb. The theme of this interview is, where the hell was your husband? She looks like a woman that might have a husband of prestige. She's in DC. How the hell, as a husband, you let all this unfold?
Let me ask you, forget the imagery. Is this inappropriate to you?
From my perspective, it wasn't, because that's not what I was doing. But I told you, I can understand why people might have thought that.
Here's another very challenging question, but I have to ask you. I just have to ask you. Have you and Anton ever had sex? Has Anton ever flirted with you?
Flirted with me as a sense of what?
Does Anton have you on an NDA?
He does give out NDAs to a lot of people.
What happened between him and Corey Holcomb? Have you met Anton's wife?
Yes.
Do you think you look better than his wife? Has Anton met your husband?
In person, absolutely not.
Now, I'll be honest, when I saw this picture, I was flabbergasted.
Why?
There's no way my wife would be physically touching, leaning on another man in a way that suggests I'm feeling you, I like you. So which point was this?
This is the second time.
Oh goodness, the second time?
I'm what's called a Trump Republican or MAGA Republican, right? So I tend to, because I'm a conservative, I vote Republican, but I am registered as a non-affiliate, because my whole thought process is, you want to make sure you listen to both sides, but in this day and age, liberalism has gone just far to the left. So there's no way I would, be able to vote for that. But I want to make sure that I'm not just voting, Republican just because it's a party that I normally agree with.
Speaking of President Trump, I know that there was the White House took down a racist video today. By the time this show airs, it would have been much conversation about it. But the racist video was of the Obamas. Their heads were placed on an ape, if you will. What's your take on that? It seems that the mainstream media reported that the president manages his own Twitter account, and about midnight or 12 a.m. sometime is when the video was posted. A video meme, and it appears to be very racist. What say you?
Well, everything that Donald Trump does is racist in the mainstream media's eyes. But when you get into it, The video was, I want to say maybe a couple seconds long, but the video has all of the Democrats in it. All of them. They only focused on the Obamas because, of course, of the, the trope of, okay, black people being monkeys or apes or whatever. Would I have personally done it? No, because I know how it will be taken and look and things like that. And I know that the mainstream media.
Do y'all think, I want to hear what you guys have to say. Put a 1 in the comment section if you knew Trump knew that what he was doing when he made the Obamas look like monkeys. When he did this, even though he did have other Democrats as different animals, put a 1 in the comment section if you feel that Trump knew what he was doing by putting black people as monkeys. So this interview, we haven't even been listened to a few moments, and she's scapegoating, saying President Trump, well, they just saying that media will always say he's racist. Whatever happened to the term that we grew up with, gentlemen, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it must be, no matter how you vote for it, a duck. You can't vote the racism out of a particular man. I'll say this again. You can't vote the racism out of a particular person. Thank you guys for all the ones. So I'm not the only one that caught this on purpose. Did he make them giraffes? No. Because Michelle Obama is right now, she's skinny like a giraffe, right? He didn't make her into a giraffe. He didn't make President Obama the other lion in the Lion King, the one that got defeated, Scar. He didn't make him Scar, did he? Nope. He could have made him into Scar. What did he make him into? Primates. And he posted it. So all who support Trump that's here, this channel is not for or against Trump. I kid you not. I'm a conservative, but I'm a conservative independent. I'm like Bernie Sanders. You got to show me something to get my vote. And I'm more of a grassroots voter than the national voter. Even though I vote national, I care more about the Senate, the House, my mayor, the alderman, city council. That's who I care about. I don't get too caught up on presidencies as much because I know all presidents are nothing but corporate puppets. But yeah. Yep. Dems and Republicans are the same, just different strategies. Absolutely correct. Let's get on with the video. You guys didn't come to hear me. You came to hear what she had to say. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody on the super chat. Shout out to my brother Black Nubian, the Canadian brothers that are here in the building.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada. Shout
out to you, brother. Let's continue on.
Because, of course, of the, the trope of, okay, black people being monkeys or apes or whatever. Would I have personally done it? No, because I know how it will be taken and look and things like that. And I know that the mainstream media doesn't allow for nuance. I know it doesn't allow for certain variations. And I would know that they won't play the entire thing, and that would be the focus. So I wouldn't have done it, but I do understand the video in its context. It's like he's the Lion King, he's the king of the jungle. It's just when you're already hit with the racist trope, even if it's not true, which is, I can understand that because I'm hit with something and it's not true. The perception, you don't want to put out more.
It implies the trope. It implies.
Right. It implies that that's what you were going for, even if it wasn't.
Correct.
So
don't let that term slide by. She said, even if you put it out there, it's the perception. She said, even when you put it out there, President Trump, I wouldn't have did it because of the perception. Yet, she hit her husband, not realizing the perception. She was all over Anton, didn't care about perception. She looked more like Anton's side chick when she flew to California to be on Corey's show. Didn't care nothing about perception. What's my point? She knows better, but doesn't show better. By saying that President Trump, hey, President, you shouldn't have did that because of perception. Well, Micca, you shouldn't have did what you did. And your husband shouldn't have simped the way that he simped. Because I know his boys, come on, let's be real. These people aren't coming from outer space. Micca is from DC. When the cameras and lights go off, she got a husband that goes to the barbershop. She got a husband that goes to the pool hall. She got a husband that probably owns a business or goes to work, whatever it may be, right? This man in real life, has to hear about Corey Holcomb calling his wife a bitch. In real life. See, before we go any further, I want you guys to look at this from the real life perspective. Cameras off, forget about YouTube and all that. Another man in another state looked your wife in the face and looked this dude Anton, who took your wife to California, and called your wife a bitch. Where were you to protect your wife and be there for your wife? Let's say Anton got into it with Corey physically. We just hypothetically talking. Where were you to protect your wife to make sure that she didn't get involved in two dudes ramming? Or Corey's security grabbing her and snatching her up? Or police coming down and getting involved? Where were you? I told y'all, all you guys who have been watching this video and this interview, you guys watched it to see Micca. All you guys that have watched it over the past couple of days, like the one brother put in the comment, Andre, you a week late on the video. No, I'm not. I'm right on time because you sat back and you watched it, brother, from the perspective of Micca. You watched it from the perspective of Anton Daniels. Y'all watched it from the perspective. I know some of y'all have already saw this interview. Y'all watched it from the perspective of Corey. I'm telling y'all, this interview had nothing to do with Micca, Anton, or Corey. It's all about the husband. Where the fuck was the husband? If you gonna be somebody's man in America or out of America, and you ain't gotta be a husband, you better be on your job to protect a woman, not from somebody just putting their hands on her, but protect her from her. That's why some of y'all don't make good men. Because you don't know how to protect a woman from herself sometimes. And I'm not talking about mouthy women and you got to shut her up. I'm not talking about those, because real men ain't trying to deal with no woman with a big mouth anyway. So I ain't talking about you dudes that got you dealing with women that got a big mouth. I'm talking to you men that you're some good dudes, but you think protecting a woman has to do with, I got that thing on me. That's a part of it, brother. The other part is this video. You got to know how to protect your, no matter what country you in. You know, I always flip stuff to international. I could look at this from the American perspective, but I don't live in America, and half of y'all ain't trying to live in America. So I'm talking about this from an international perspective. All you do that are dating women in the Philippines and you really enjoy your relationship with her, I'm telling you, not only protect her from what's out there in the world, but protect her from what's going on in here. You dudes that are in Thailand, same to you. I don't care what color you are. You're in Europe, all you brothers in Europe, I'm talking to you too. If you got a serious relationship It is not your job just to protect your woman from a dude pulling them things. That's one of your jobs as a protector. Your other job is to protect her from walking into stupid-ish that she don't realize is stupid-ish, like Micca did. That's what this interview is about. So as you're going to watch this interview, look at it from the perspective on a global basis from what I just mentioned. It is our job to protect her from external entities and the internal thoughts that could lead her astray and have you looking stupid. Because right now, Micca's husband does look stupid, doesn't he? So kudos to all you dudes that already saw this interview. Now watch it again from the husband's perspective and how he effed up.
I wouldn't have done it, but again, anything Donald Trump does is going to be under a microscope.
Let's call a thing a thing. Is Donald Trump, President Trump, a racist to you as a conservative Republican, Afro-Latino woman? Is President Trump a racist to you?
No.
Okay. By evidence of what that he isn't?
By evidence of his track record.
All right. So let's get into Anton Daniels. Here's my thinking. With your vast erudition or knowledge in politics, was that the connection or bond? Because as I understand, he's a conservative and much of his rhetoric, if you will, is political.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
That is fair. Was that the bond or the connection between you and Anton?
Absolutely. So I was a watcher of Anton's content way before, I actually knew Anton.
How did he know? How did he establish connection with you to know to email you?
Well, from what he told me, somebody sent him my work. And so he wanted to work with me, so he emailed me.
Okay, so someone sent him your information, and then he decided to reach out to you.
Somebody sent him my content, and
so she don't know who this person is. So just a total stranger. Like I said, she is a content creator. She has been following Anton, watching his show, like she just said. Out of all the people in the world, somebody chooses her to send her information to Anton. Anton sends her an email or a DM, however it is. She's going to explain that. She's been following him. I'm trying to understand. This doesn't make any sense. Out of the thousands upon thousands of women that watch his show, who was the person that sent this email to Anton about her? Most of the women on Anton's show that watch Anton's show, whether it be the morning show or in the evening, are conservatives. So who randomly decided, I'm going to send an email of Micca to Anton? I'm not getting this. We're not getting the whole story. We know thy smashing for real, but she's doing a good job deflecting. Seriously, let's continue on.
He decided to look me up. He got my email. Send me an email.
And if you can be transparent, what did he say in the email, or what did he say that established your interest to move to the next step?
Well, when I got the email, I already knew who Anton Daniels was because I'm watching Anton Daniels.
Yeah.
So he asked if I would be interested in doing an interview. I said, sure.
Okay. And what was the interview about?
Everything. Anton asked me stuff from relationships, like my thoughts on relationships, because Anton does relationship panels and all of these things. So from relationships to politics to whatever he can come up with.
So it wasn't really a targeted subject, if you will.
Nope.
It was just, I want to have you on and I want to interview you about whatever comes to mind or whatever he is interested in talking about.
Correct.
Some people would say that's a cake bake. Do you feel it was?
And what's a cake bake?
A cake bake is when I have.
Before he goes into the cake bake, let's talk. Let's bring this back for a second. Don't let her slide by with that. She just said to us, Anton said, I'd like to interview you. She said, and I've seen the interview. She flew to Detroit. She's going to talk about that. He didn't know if she was a good candidate or bad candidate. Didn't have long conversations, nothing. Just send an email, I want to interview you. And here's a flight ticket. And here's a hotel. That's basically what it was. Back to her husband. Hey, babe. What's up, baby? I just got, I watched Anton Daniels. Yeah. The dude on YouTube, right? Yeah. Okay, he seems like a cool dude. Baby, I just got an email from him and he wants to interview me. Oh, baby, that's nice. What's the interview about? Which I want to talk about? I don't know. You don't know? No, I don't know what he wants to interview. So you I guess it's about politics. You guess? So he's going to interview you like on a webinar, on a camera, like, like StreamYard. He's going to send you a link and you're going to come over on this. No, he's flying me to Detroit. What? He's what? He's flying me to Detroit. What Detroit? Detroit, Michigan? No, you talking about this Detroit?
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Oh, you talking about that Detroit? Yeah. And you don't know what the interview is about? No. Okay. You see how I said this interview is about the husband? Stop listening to this interview while you sit up there trying to just looking for some Anton gossip. Fuck Anton. This interview is about us men. This whole fiasco is about us men. Because if one man can do it and be this dumb about his wife, how many of us are flying to other countries? Like I said, I don't give a damn about. Let's do a public service announcement. This channel is not dedicated to whatever happens to you dudes that's still stuck in the States. This is an international channel. Just like when women go on lead attorney's channel, or when they used to go on Kevin Samuels' channel, no matter how often they were on there, lead attorney and Kevin Samuels will always tell women, this is a man's channel. I'm here to let you guys know. I know a lot of American guys that watch us. Shout out to you brothers and guys in other countries. But this channel is dedicated to those that may be thinking about, if only thinking about, living in other countries. So when I talk tonight, I'm not just talking to guys that are living in the United States. Shout out to you guys. But I'm talking to the guys that are dating women in other countries. You don't have to be the husband. But if you are the provider, the penis, meaning the intimacy, the provider, protector, and the problem solver, you gotta, as well as the penis, the intimacy, you gotta be ready to be a protector of her from the outside entities as well as the entities within. If you can't do that, you might want to leave that woman alone in that other country because you're not fulfilling your destiny as a man in her life. I'll say that again. Men are judged. Our 4 elements are this. You are the penis, the intimacy. You are the flowers, cards, candy, and sex. One of your elements is your sexual relationship with your woman, your intimate relationship with your woman. The second P or second element is the provider. It is your job to be the provider for your family or for your girlfriend or for your wife. Third one is that you are a problem solver. Stuff that's making her scratch the back of her head, you should be able to handle that. Stuff that she gonna be breaking down, crying over, you're stoic about. Let her and the kids shed tears. You are stoic because you're thinking about solving the problem and not focusing on the problem. And the 4th element that you are judged by as a man throughout human history is the protector. can you protect her from the outside elements and entities, as well as the stuff that goes on in your woman's mind that she doesn't even notice that she should not be doing? That's your job. Women don't notice everything. It's your job to notice certain things. And that's why this live stream is about us men. It ain't about Micca. Her husband fucked up royally to where another man in California, your wife is just sitting there minding her business, and all of a sudden Corey Holcomb is telling your wife, and get your bitch up out of here. Your wife, your girlfriend, another man is telling your woman in California, you hear about it through social media. You don't hear from a phone call from your wife. You don't even get a phone call from Anton apologizing. You're gonna notice this. In this live stream, Anton didn't even call the husband like, dog, hey, bruh, that was on me. That was on me, man. I put your wife in a situation. That was on me, bruh. Not one call to that husband. You know why? Because that husband was MIA. Why was this husband MIA? That's the question. Now, mind you, the deeper she gets off in the interview, she's going to talk a lot about her husband. And the guy that's interviewing her is a guy that used to work with her. So he's met her husband several times. So if you think that she's lying about being married, she's not. She's not. The guy in the interview is going to confirm several times, I know your husband, blah, blah, blah. We went out to lunch, da, da, da. Why didn't you do this with Anton? If you did this with me as a coworker and somebody you were working with, why didn't you do this or do that with Anton? Anton never even called that man and was like, hey, dog, hey, I know you saw Corey Holcomb live. And you thought your wife was going to be on the show, and you at home in D.C. and you eating popcorn, and you think your wife going to be on the show because I told her she flying to California with me and she going to be on the show. And you sit up there watching Corey Holcomb 5150, and all of a sudden the dude that you that you allow your wife to fly to California with almost breaks off into a fight with Corey Holcomb on his show. You wondering like, what the hell? Where's my wife? Where's my wife? You wonder where your wife at. And the next thing you know that comes out of the Corey Holcomb's mouth, take your bitch. Not a bitch, take your bitch. While you sitting up, you in DC watching 5150, and Corey Holcomb calls your wife another man's bitch. You gotta learn to protect your wife by protecting her from herself sometime. Not all the time, but you gotta know when to protect your woman. Yes, he exists. He exists. That I can attest to. He does exist. This guy right here, he's thorough with the interview. And he's been knowing her for years. So he knows her husband. So this is the funny part. He knows her husband, I guess, so well that he's even pissed during the interview. The deeper we get off into this interview, the more pissed you're going to see he gets, because he's like, because if you was my wife several times, if I was your husband several times. So he puts her in check as a friend. I don't think if anybody else would have interviewed her, it wouldn't have came across with the care that, that she knows that he cares about her from their track record. But I kid you not, this brother in the blue suit is stern. So let's continue on.
A sort of a hidden agenda, if you will, for reaching out to a specific person, sort of making you believe that it's one thing and it could be something else. I may have insidious characteristics, and then once I'm able to lure you in, if you will, I sort of cake bake that situation, meaning that now I have your attention and I have you a part of my space, if you will.
Well, I've never heard of that, but yeah. I mean,
that's why
there could be people that can
lure you in, if you will. Right. Some people would say that's a cake bake. Do you feel it was?
What's a cake bake?
A cake bake is when I have a sort of a hidden agenda, if you will, for reaching out to a specific person, sort of making you believe that it's one thing and it could be something else. I may have insidious characteristics, And then once I'm able to lure you in, if you will, I sort of cake bake that situation, meaning that now I have your attention and I have you a part of my space, if you will.
Well, I've never heard of that, but I mean,
that's why
there could be people that can, but I can tell you right now, Anton was always like straight on forward, professional. Like there was really
no. I'm not questioning his character.
I'm just saying like there's nothing really that would fit into what you were, what you're describing. Yeah.
And where's the show taped?
So he tapes in Detroit.
So he's in Detroit. So you had to fly out to Detroit?
Correct.
Did he or the show pay for you to come out?
Correct.
And did they pay for your room and board as well?
Correct.
So you stayed in a hotel. Actually, let me pose that as a question. Did you stay in a hotel?
Correct.
You did stay in a hotel. And you stayed alone in a hotel?
Correct.
Okay, just because these are questions that have come in, so I just want to bring some clarity. Let me ask you this. Does Anton have you on an NDA? I've read that somewhere. A non-disclosure agreement for people who don't know.
Yeah, they always said it because some people pay attention to.
But does he have you on one?
No, I'm not on NDA.
So you're not on NDA?
No, I'm not on NDA. But he does give out NDAs to a lot of people. If not
staff, you mean staff?
Anybody that he works with, so they don't have to be staff. If he just maybe interviewed you or whatever.
But were you ever on an NDA?
No.
So what's the exception? Why are you an exception?
I don't think I'm an exception because I don't ask, who's on an NDA, so I don't know.
But you know that other people are. But I
have seen him, put people on NDA.
Now, are you paid per episode?
No, I'm paid per month.
Sure. So how much does he pay you? We were just talking about that range.
I can do a range of anywhere between 2 to maybe 35.
To what? I don't know. You said $2, $200.
To 35.
2,000
to 35
to 3,500 a month.
Correct.
Okay, for your role.
I'm only on that show. So there are some people that are on 5 days a week. There are some people that are on 1 day a week, and for me, I'm only on Thursdays and Fridays.
So she's on the show 2 days a week. That's 8 days out of the month. That show goes on for maybe streaming 3 hours, maybe 4, right? 2 days a week. Let's say it streams for 3 hours, maybe 4. Let's say 4. That's 8 hours. 4 weekends. 16 hours. I'm sorry, 32 hours, right? 32 hours in the month. So she works 32 hours and bringing home $3,500. She doesn't say much on the show. She basically just kind of sits there for the most part. She'll give her own commentary every once in a while. But for the most part, all we've ever seen her be was arm candy to Futon Daniels, right? Let's be real. David says this respectfully, the more she speaks, the more unappealing she becomes. That's what I was thinking too. And once again, I am not going to veer tonight from the husband. There are lessons to be learned, gentlemen. If we're going to be flying to these other countries, we do not want to be or put in situations like her husband. Let's continue on. Good point. Good point, Dave.
Okay. So Thursdays and Fridays, you make a good amount of money just for Thursdays and Fridays?
Correct.
Right. Only 32 hours a week. If the show is, 32 hours a month. Think about it. The show is let's say it's 4 hours, 2 days. That's 8. 8 hours for 2 days that she's on the live stream. 8 times 4 weeks, 32 hours. She's getting $3,500 for 32 hours worth of work. Yep, and he flew her out to Detroit and paid for the hotel room. Absolutely, that's averaging about $100 an hour. While she's at home, notice most of the episodes she's at home, so she's sitting at home in the lap of luxury, making $100 an hour. She's exposing Anton on this one. Dudes with money will simp with money. Dudes with money will simp with money. My boy Will says this. He says, this woman is dishonest, and I can see that, and has no respect for herself. Therefore, she doesn't have respect for her husband. Good call, Will. Good call, Will. Right. She's going to talk about that. Oh, let's continue on. She's going to talk about that basketball game being courtside.
Yeah. Let's get to the meat and potatoes of what's been out there. Mm-hmm. So I understand that Anton is married. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're married.
Correct.
Correct. Have you met Anton's wife?
Yes.
How would you describe her?
She's when I say probably one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, that lady is probably one of the nicest people I've ever met. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And has Anton met your husband?
In person, absolutely not.
He has not met him in person. Has he met him over the phone or in DM? What other form of introduction when you say not in person?
Because a lot of people
spin it. She's about to spin it. She's about to spin it. He asked, has Anton ever met your husband in person? She says no. I like how the interviewer lured her in. Have you ever met Anton's wife? Yes. What do you think about her? She is the nicest lady. He didn't care nothing about that first part. He was just using that to lure her in to make her comfortable. Has Anton ever met your? You see how he did that? Like a double dutch. Just jump on in there. Has Anton ever met your husband? No. Not in person. Okay, how has he met him? Over the phone, DMs, what? Now she about to spin a lie. Get ready for her to spin a lie, gentlemen. She about to pull out her yo-yo. She about to spin a lie. You're flying to Detroit back and forth. You're going to basketball games. You're being interviewed with the dude. The interview that you said you don't even know anything about what the topic is. You didn't know what it was going to talk about. You just knew this guy wanted to fly you out. This the same dude that flew you to California has got another man calling you a bitch. I mean, let's be honest, guys. This for tonight, for a second, let's turn these cameras off. I'm talking about real life relationships. All you guys that are in relationships, your girlfriend, your wife, your chick, your main chick. You telling me that you're gonna put your main chick in Germany in a situation like Micca, and you think that's cool? You dudes that's dealing with women in Brazil. You telling me that it's cool that your woman can fly to the other side. She ain't got to be in Rio. She flying to Sao Paulo. It's cool. She don't know why she flying. She don't know if she gonna be in a hotel or Airbnb. She ain't never met the person who she's gonna be flying out to see. All she saw was him on YouTube. You telling me that you gonna let your woman fly from Rio to Sao Paulo? That's what you telling me. Ain't never met that man in Cali, Colombia. Ain't never met Andre. Just because your woman saw Andre on YouTube, you telling me if I was a shiesty dude, even though I'm married, let's say I'm a shiesty husband like Anton, You telling me you gonna let your Paisa chick fly from Medellin to come see me? And I'm shiesty? She don't know what the interview was about. I just said I'm gonna interview your girl from Medellin. And you gonna let her fly out by herself. And don't let her be one of those women that's never been to Cali, because this woman probably had never been to Detroit by herself before either. So you letting that's why I'm saying this whole thing is not about Micca or Ant. This is about us not doing the same stupid shit that her husband is doing. You think her husband got a monopoly or a monopoly on stupid manhood? You think he the only stupid mother? No. This live stream is about none of us being as dumb as her husband. That's what this live stream is about. Do not be, I don't care how pretty your woman is, because Micca is a beautiful, gorgeous sister. Afro-Latina. I don't care how fine your Dominican chick is, your Asian chick is, your Mexicano chick is. I don't care how fine she is. Don't be a dumbass because you got a fine woman. That's what this episode is about. So anybody that want to watch this episode and just focus on Anton only, you're doing yourself a disservice. Do not let somebody do something. Women don't always know how to completely protect themselves. It is your job to protect her from her sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. Let's continue on. Let's go to the comments. The super chat, shout out to you guys. Let me make sure. Okay, we got growth. Shout out to Cole for being in the building. He said, no, she said, absolutely not. What the? Right. I caught that too. I thought it was just me, Kofa. Did your husband meet Anton? Absolutely not. No, they haven't met yet. Ain't no way in hell my husband's gonna meet another man. She do that. I'm gonna bring it back. She brought the absolutely not to the table. Absolutely not. So my man say, so no DMs, no phone calls, no nothing. So to this day, even after this man called you a bitch, Anton didn't call your husband to apologize to what Corey Holcomb said about your wife. So Anton still to this day ain't never had one conversation to respect your husband, but yet you've met his wife and you said his wife one of the sweetest people you ever met. We're gonna run that back. He said the interrogation we get, he said it's the interrogation, we get a lot of people. Oh, in interrogation, we get a lot of people though. He said the love of family theory gets them every time. Every single time. You see how I caught that, Will? You see how I caught that? I mean, he lured her in with that one. Have you met Anton's wife? Well, tell me, how is she? Well, has Anton met your wife? That's all he wanted was the second part of his question. He didn't give a damn about her meeting Anton's wife. He already knew the answer to that. We all knew the answer to that. But we did know the answer to, did Anton ever meet this or even have a conversation with this woman's man? And no, to this day, no. Shout out to 40 being in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said all this shows is that she is for a good time and not for a long time. These Trump supporters deserve each other. It looks that way. It looks that way. My man Gypsy had been in the building. Shout out to you, Gypsy Cat. He says this. Well, she says this. Shout out to Gypsy Cat. He said, she said, absolutely not. Hear how her voice sounds. We're going to bring that back. That's a good point that you just made. We're going to bring that back and hear how her voice sounds when she said that. Good point. Shout out to all you guys for the support. Let's bring that beat back.
the meat and potatoes of what's been out there. So I understand that Anton is married. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're married.
Correct.
Correct. Have you met Anton's wife?
Yes.
How would you describe her?
She's when I say probably one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, that lady is probably one of the nicest people I've ever met.
Yeah. And has Anton met your husband?
In person, absolutely not.
He has not met him in person. Has he met him over the phone?
You guys caught it with the tone as well as with the absolutely not. Whenever we as humans use, at least us English speakers use the term absolutely not, we're putting a stamp on something. Andre, would you smoke marijuana? Absolutely not. I've never smoked marijuana a day in my life. No use of starting at 38. I mean, at 58. Right? Andre, would you move back to the United States? Absolutely not. Right? Absolutely not. I'm putting a stamp of confirmation on it. Micca, has Anton ever had a conversation? Has he met your husband? Has he? Notice the question. Notice after all this is notice it's not the question only, but notice the timing of the interview and of the question. Micca has been on that show almost a year. Has Anton met your husband? Basically, he was saying in this year that you've been dealing with Anton, has he ever met your husband? From going to basketball games, has he ever met your husband? Going to business meetings, has he ever met your husband? Getting on flights, have you ever met your husband? Flying to California, have he ever met your husband? Going to Corey's show, all the way through the timeline. So you're telling me in this whole timeline, Micca, when you sit down at this interview and this man says has, past tense, has in all this time, Anton ever, the term ever, we're going to bring it back, met your husband? Absolutely not. Stamp. No effing way Anton and my husband will ever have a conversation. Stamp. When you are protecting your woman from certain situations, gentlemen, there is no way in the world your wife should have friends or colleagues that you can't meet. True story. Andrea, when she was doing a lot of, now she does part-time accounting work now for companies around Cali, Colombia. But when I met her, Andrea was working hard in the firm. And so she was always working, doing the bookkeeping for this company and that company and this company and that. So she would always have to go to their location. The wives would see Andrea. The wives would be there at the business. And so the wives would see Andrea come in to do the bookkeeping. And the wives would be like, who is this young pretty thing in here? She's the bookkeeper. Oh, no, she ain't. You know what Andrea would say? Or the business owner would say? Calm down, babe. Her husband is an American dude, really nice. They're a great couple. Blah, 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 blah. And the wives would calm down. Several times Andrea told me that the husband or she would have to say, and then there were times where the business owner say, would love to meet your husband. She didn't hide me. Actually, she used our marriage as a tool to make the other women in Cali, Colombia, the wives of these business owners, feel comfortable. Okay, she's happily married. Okay, now she can work on the books for our business. But if she was one of them single, sexy Colombianas, no, she could not work for this company. So being married helped Andrea to have people here see her serious. So we're looking at the business. We're not looking at her. We're looking at the business. When it came to Micca and meeting her husband or talking about her husband, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, this interview, we're breaking this down like Johnny Cochran. I kid you not. Let's bring this beat back. Miss Absolutely Not.
Okay. So Thursdays and Fridays, you make a good amount of money just for Thursdays and Fridays?
Correct.
Yeah. Let's get to the meat and potatoes of what's been out there.
Mhm.
So I understand that Anton is married. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're married.
Correct.
Correct. Have you met Anton's wife?
Yes.
How would you describe her?
She's very.
Did you see that energy that she had with when he said, "Did you meet Anton's wife?" It was kind of chipper. It was a millisecond. She said that, we're like, yeah, sure. Oh, wow. I mean, he reeled her in. I'm going to bring that moment back. I know you guys want to see a little bit more, but it's these little subtle things that's going to make you see that she's full of mess. It's the subtle things that you're going to see on this interview to let you see that she is full of F. I mean, full of shit, basically.
To the meat and potatoes of what's been out there.
Mhm.
So I understand that Anton is married. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're married.
Correct.
Correct. Have you met Anton's wife?
Yes.
How would you describe her?
She's very, when I say probably one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, that lady is probably one of the nicest people I've ever met. Mhm.
Yeah.
And I believe her. I believe that what she said was honest. She came across as like, listen, because women don't like to give women real compliments, especially about their character. She could have easily said, well, she all right, she good people. But she said she's one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. So shout out to Anton's wife.
And has Anton met your husband?
In person, absolutely not.
She said absolutely not. And you could see it on her face.
He has not met him in person. Has he met him over the phone or in DM?
Notice we're saying has. Over the phone, by DMs. He's giving her outs to say, listen, you're my friend. I've interviewed you. We've been knowing it. I'm talking about the guy that's interviewing her now. He's giving her like, listen, we're friends in real life. I'm giving you an outs, girl. I'm giving you an outs. Has he ever met your husband? Okay, no, okay. Didn't meet him in person. Okay, cool. Here we go. Here's the outs. On the phone, no. So he has never, through Corey Holcomb, through the television show, through the YouTube channel, through him paying you $3,500 a month, through him flying you out to Detroit back and forth, he has never talked to your husband by way of phone or even a DM? What type of husband are you? What type of husband are you?
What other form of introduction when you say not in person?
Because a lot of people assume that.
And I noticed she's not going to answer the question. The question is, okay, if it wasn't by in person, if it wasn't by DMs, if it wasn't by telephone, because he said all three of those, then what way has Anton met your husband? Watch how she spins this.
When you have to see people, it has to be in person, or that if you don't meet them in person, then it's something or whatever. So
I'm saying, what's the form of communication? That he met your husband?
they don't have a form of communication where they talk back and forth.
Yeah.
So he didn't say back and forth. He said what form of communication that was used that he met. He just said the one incident met. Did this man meet in any capacity over the phone, message, email, in person, meet your husband? He gives her another out. He says to her, okay, cool. I got you, girl. Is there any way that Anton met your husband? No, he's not invisible. I'm going to say this again. He's not invisible. And what confirmed it, and you're going to see this through the video, because I thought that she was lying about her husband for a minute. Here's the part that you guys are going to see on the video. The guy that's on the screen right now, he knows her husband personally. As the interview goes further, you're going to see how pissed he personally gets, the interviewer. Because he's like, wait a minute, I've been knowing your husband and you for years. That's why she allowed him to be the only one to interview her, because he's a friend of hers and her husband. That's the only reason this brother was able to interview her only. She hasn't done an interview and don't have any plans for interviewing with anybody else. So now she's like, okay, there's a friend of the family in DC. He's interviewing me. He knows my husband. And this guy that's interviewing with her is going to get more and more pissed at her in a respectful way, because he's like, I know your man. I've been out to lunch with you and your man. I've been out to dinner with you and your man for lunch-ins. How is it that I know your man and I ain't flying you out and I ain't doing all this other stuff, and you ain't never even let Anton talk on the phone to your husband? And so that's what pisses the dude off right here. I know your husband. I know what type of dude he is. I know what he's about. And for you to sit back and be sneaky behind your husband's back, and this guy that's interviewing, he's going to say this several times. If I was your man, ain't no way. If I was your man, I would have this. If I was your husband, you're going to hear this all throughout the rest of the interview. So she's not lying about being married, because this guy literally knows her husband, and this is why he gets pissed. Because what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? My man James says this. He said, shout out to James being in the building. JC says this. He said, excellent analysis on human mindset, the different aspects of understanding behavior. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to see you here, Jay. Let's continue on, gentlemen.
Yeah, so, but you said he did not meet your husband in person.
No.
Is that to imply that he met him virtually?
No.
So he's never met your husband?
No.
And why is that?
No particular reason.
Sure.
Just I've never had to actually do anything where my husband was there, and so if he's there, like if my like when we work together, is here, so my husband's come here.
Okay, before she started telling this barefaced lie about the reason why they didn't meet or they haven't conversed over a phone, because you don't have to be face to face with each other to be able to at least converse over the phone. I want to say this now. Any woman that I deal with professionally in Colombia, Andrea knows. Now, I have a few Colombiana friends, but we just, chop it up when we see each other type of thing, right? They're just friends, right? And we're just cool. So it's not somebody I talk to all the time. But the women I do business with, Paola in Medellin, shout out to our girl Paola. She knows Andrea. Tours by D, she knows Andrea. Maya, Afro-Waida, she knows Andrea. Our girl Kizzy down here in Cali, she knows Andrea. Even though with each one of these women I have a business relationship with, whether it be a phone call or a video chat or whatever it is, every one of the women that I deal with on the business side, if this is Andre and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders, ain't no way in hell Paola ain't gonna know Andrea. D ain't gonna know Andrea. Maya ain't gonna know Andrea. Like I said, I've got a few Afro-Colombian colleagues, but I might see them like every, at the sports bar every few months and be like, hey girl, how you doing? How's your family? I got one friend, from the States. She's married to an Afro-Colombian guy down here. They just had a baby. Real cool. Real cool. You don't get too cool with too many stateside sisters, but she sweet as bear meat. Her husband, I know her husband. Great guy. So for Micca to come up with these BS excuses that she about to sell us, I'm just letting you know there is no way in the world for her to say absolutely not regarding her husband and Anton Daniels. And though the host or the interviewer has been out to lunch several times in different business events with Micca's husband, that's the problem.
But if
when we first met and worked together,
we were in person as well.
Your husband came.
Yeah, but we were here. We were here in the DC area. Yes, my husband came.
Yes.
So again, if he was here, then yes.
How long have you and Anton been business partners or friends?
We're business partners, and
so you're not a friend, because I don't want to provide language that's inaccurate.
That's why I changed it.
Yeah.
We're business partners. Absolutely.
You're not friends.
No.
Okay.
Friends would imply that we hang outside of business.
Do you?
Notice she never answered the question. What was the question, gentlemen? How long you and Anton have been business partners or friends? She veered away from that. She decided to answer the question that she wanted to answer. In her way, we're not friends. I just want you guys to, we're not friends. She never answered the question.
I believe it was important at some point for you to introduce your husband to Anton.
Yeah, because
I'm sure his wife thought it was important to meet you.
So I can't speak on what his wife thought.
Correct.
But the one time that I would have is when we had an event here, but he had to work. So
wait a minute. Pause. They had an event. Anton and his crew, because remember they went on that tour to where they were doing meetups across the country. You telling me, Micca, Anton came to DC, but your man just so happened to work? Was Anton there for just 6 or 7 hours for the event and left DC that same night? So Micca, let's bring this back. I want y'all the guys to hear this. So Micca, what you telling us is you guys had an event in DC. Your husband is in DC. The guy interviewed telling you, he said, listen, when you first start working with me, I met your husband. She says, yeah, because he was here. You met my husband because we're all here in DC. He like, right. Okay, right. Good point. Then she says, we had an event, meaning her, Anton, and the rest of his crew had an event in DC, but my husband had to work that day. Let's say he had to work. She doesn't seem like the type that has a husband that works shifts. She comes across as the type that has a husband that's a white collar guy, right? Let's be real. DC isn't famous for its blue collar workers, right? White collar in many cases. Not saying that they're not blue collar workers that are doing their thing there in DC, but I'm just saying DC is not famous for blue collar workers like Detroit or Chicago, the Midwest. So you telling me, Micca, when your husband got off work, he couldn't make it to the event where Anton was? The man that's been flying you from Detroit back and forth? The man that flew you to California to get cussed out? The man that everybody's saying rumors about that you sleeping with? Your husband had to work that much to where he couldn't make it to an event that Anton was having in your city. In the words of Keith Sweat, something, 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 something just ain't right. Something just ain't right, gentlemen. But let's continue on. Let's continue on.
Reason.
Sure.
Just I've never had to actually do anything where my husband was there, and so if he's there, like if my like when we work together, is here, so my husband's come here. But if
when we first met and worked together,
we were in person as well.
Your husband came.
Yeah, but we were here. We were here in the DC area.
So you see what she said? We were here in the DC area. The host said, listen, when we first started working together, when we first started working together, and they've been knowing each other for years once again. And he emphasized with the head shake, he was like, listen, your man was right there when we first started working together. You've been working with Anton for the longest, and he ain't even met your husband on a phone call. Even when Anton came to the city, he ain't meet your husband. But I met your husband?
Yes, my husband came.
Yes.
So again, if he was here, then yes.
How long have you and Anton been business partners or friends?
We're business partners. And
so you're not a friend, because I don't want to provide language that's inaccurate.
That's why I changed it.
Yeah.
We're business partners, absolutely.
You're not friends.
No.
Okay.
Friends would imply that we hang outside of business.
Do you believe it was important at some point for you to introduce your husband to Anton?
Yeah, because
I'm sure his wife thought it was important to meet you.
And that was a yes or no question. Even though she's about to ramble, that was a yes or no question. Did you think it was important for at one point in time for Anton to meet your husband? Yes or no? She's about to spin it.
So I can't speak on what his wife thought.
Correct.
But the one time that I would have is when we had an event here, but he had to work. So, I mean.
But have you made it a concerted effort to make it happen? We do what we want to do, when we want to do it, for whom we want to do it for. And if something is really important to you and your family, either on your end as a wife, you absolutely make a concerted effort for this man, or
go ahead,
or Anton as a man says, I want to meet your husband just because you're married, and I don't want any messaging or anything else to be misconstrued by him or the public. So it's fair that I introduce myself. Has that conversation happened?
No, that conversation has not happened. And I understand what you're saying. My thing, again, my business dealings is normally with me, my manager, things like that. But it's not without my husband knowing. So everything that I do, every place that I go, everything that I'm going to be doing, my husband knows. And I have to actually talk about it with him, tell him what I'm doing, things like that.
How did you reassure your husband this was strictly business? Like, if my wife is flying to another state,
because of
at some point I'm going, or I need to meet this person in person. And it doesn't matter to me if he's single or married. It doesn't matter to me if he feels that he wants to meet me. I want my wife to be very committed and loyal to the idea of her business engagements I should be comfortable with.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. There are dudes that come down to Colombia and deal in the pay for play, right? And in some cases, we come across situations where the young lady is in a solidified relationship, right? Let's be real. She's in a solidified relationship with somebody here in Colombia, a regular dude, but she is Cartagena or Medellin or Cali pay for play, right? Her husband ain't kicking in the door when y'all doing what y'all doing. You know what? You know why? Just like this man just said, the husband and or boyfriend is comfortable with her business situation. That's why when you mess with a guy's wife down here in Colombia and she's in the pay for play world, the husband knows what world or what her business situation is. He ain't tripping. But he know what the situation is. Here with Micca, the husband, it seems like he's in the dark about everything. And yet he's still a Simpstone from Bedrock. Simpstones, meet the Simpstones. They're the Montestorian family from the town of Bedrock. The Simpstones. And some dudes, married or not, successful in business or not, doesn't matter how great your bank account looks. If you're a Simpstone in real life, the husband doesn't. This dude is just flying your wife everywhere, taking your wife. Dudes to just call your wife a bitch in front of 12,000 people. Call your wife a bitch, and it ain't no big deal. It's just Corey Holcomb show. What type of husband is this dude? And it's a lot of dudes like that. A lot of dudes are Simpstones. Let's go back to the video.
As a husband, do you understand?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
But my thing is, I think a lot of people sometimes misconstrue is this. You guys separate for some reason, independent from like big conglomerates, right? So if there's a person that has a business,
sure,
it automatically changes from if Disney calls you, right? Because there have been other things that I have done as far as movie sets and other things that my husband has not gone to.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody would bat an eye if I'm talking to the director or if I'm going to meet, for a shoot for this or that. Your spouse is not always coming. And so I think the notion that just because it's this person, and I understand that people have their own thoughts and perceptions of people, but I think a lot of the times when it comes down to people who are in independent media, they think it's more of a personal level, and still it's business.
Yeah. But I think what people may feel befuddled or confused by is at some point you put the business aside when rumors are brewing, when images are plastered all over social media.
Now you're talking about a year later.
Okay, so before a year later, let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Has there ever been a concern from your husband about your business relationship with Anton?
My business relationship, absolutely not.
Notice how she said that. He asked your business relationship. She answered it as if my business relationship, absolutely not. Now, how he's coming at me, my husband has put me in check a couple times. That's how she said it. She didn't say it like the business relationship was the only relationship he would have or wouldn't have questioned her about. She said that like, oh, my business relationship? No, not that one. But the other relationship that I may have with Anton, yeah, he didn't put me in check about that one. Yeah, he said something about that. Let's bring it back, man.
when images are plastered all over social media.
Now you're talking about a year later.
Okay, so before a year later, let me ask you this. Has there ever been a concern from your husband about your relationship, business relationship with Anton?
My business relationship, absolutely not. Because one, he can watch it. Like he can literally sit there and watch it. And then
he can watch the business relationship. But he's also been watching the non-business relationship.
Two, if he has a concern or anything he wants to know, I just tell him.
Has he ever been incredulous? Like skeptical?
What?
Yeah. Has he been with your flying out there, or depending on how long you stay, or just the mere fact that I never even met this person? Has he just had that sort of incredulity, if you will, about not meeting your male business partner?
So I think he would like to be, more involved with coming out there. But again, and you know what my husband does for a living. Sure.
So he knows what the husband does. So he's, like I said, he's a ex co-worker. The guy that's interviewing with her is a guy that's been knowing her for years. They had a YouTube, not a YouTube, but an actual show that they were doing in DC, television show. I don't know if he was a producer or co-host. I don't know about any of that, but I know that they've been cool for years. They're not best friends. They're not ride or die. I think one of you brothers were asking, is he ride or die? He's not a ride or die friend, but as far as the business side, he's been knowing her for quite a while. And that's why she said she's okay with him doing the interview. So if you guys wonder why he was the one to get the interview, it's because of A, he's in DC, B, he's very close to her and her husband.
It's not feasible.
No, it's feasible, because here's how I see it. If Anton has to get on an airplane and come and meet your husband out of respectability, then that's what a man does.
If that
so
was
it's feasible.
I was talking about feasible for if anytime I have to get up and go do something. And it's not just with
I know that, because your husband hasn't always been on the show when we were doing something, so I get that.
Correct. And so that's what I mean by it's not always feasible. But if it was to that point where he wanted to have, Anton do something, or if it was, well, I want to go,
sure,
that would have been fine.
Yeah.
But it's never I don't, how should I say it? I don't give I need to hide this, or that's it.
But that's what you're giving off, Micca. You think that you're not giving off of, I don't need to hide this, but that's literally what you're doing, Micca. You're literally hiding Anton from your husband, literally hiding your husband from Anton. I told you guys, this interview has nothing to do with Anton, Micca. This live stream has nothing to do with Corey Holcomb. These people are going to talk about it, but I'm telling you, this live stream is about us as men. You gotta protect your woman from herself sometimes. And I know some of you guys, hear me out. If I gotta protect my woman from herself, then she can't be my woman, then you're an idiot. A woman needs you every once in a while to protect her from some of the decisions that she'll make. Adam, anyone? Adam, anyone? If Adam was like most of us men, Eve wouldn't have been anywhere near the tree of knowledge at all. First of all, she shouldn't even known about the tree of knowledge. Adam shouldn't even share that information about that. He should have sold it like, hey, that tree can kill us. Stay away from that tree. But what did Adam do? Same thing Micca's husband do. Hey, you can go with the serpent. You can talk to anybody. It don't matter. It's all right. I'm over here working. I'm working in the garden. I'm over here walking through the garden with God. I ain't got no time to focus on my woman. I got responsibilities over here. See, some of you dudes would just let your woman, I ain't got to protect her from her. Who told you that? I'm gonna tell you something. All you dudes that's in decent relationships, I ain't talking about these dudes that's you're just dating. That's one thing. I understand that. Or you're just having fun. That's another thing. I understand that. I'm talking tonight to us men that are in serious relationships in all these other countries, including the United States. If you're gonna be in a serious relationship, there will come times, not all the time, not most of the time, but every once in a while, you got to protect your woman from her damn self. And if you can't do that, you might as well move out the way, because the days will come where your woman going to need your advice and need your direction, Adam. All this could have been alleviated with her husband just saying one thing: I either meet this man or you can't go. The first trip to Detroit, you can't go no end. Hell no. But babe, but my ass. If I can't meet him, and like she said, when it comes to larger companies, you can't meet everybody. We understand that. If she's doing business with Disney, she can't meet everybody in Disney, of course. But Anton is not Disney. He's just a one dude that a one phone call away. What type of husbands are, dude, in the United States, what type of husbands and boyfriends are you guys becoming since I left? Can I ask that question? I've been gone almost a decade. I don't know what's going on in the States. Is this the new way men treat their women? You just let your woman do any damn thing she want? You just don't protect her from her? You just assume that, hey, if I got to protect her from her thoughts and her misdirections, is that how it is in the States now? Because as far as I know, throughout human history, men knew that they had to protect their wives and their kids from the outside elements and the inside elements. You got to protect your kids mentally and help make sure that they grow up mentally strong as well as physically strong, right? You got to protect your woman to make sure she always stay mentally and physically strong, because there's a lot of stuff out there trying to attack her like it's trying to attack you in life. And you guys aren't protecting your women mentally, huh? You just let your woman do anything in the States now? No wonder they talk to y'all crazy and they pretend like they got hit in the head with bricks. When I was in the States, wasn't no woman walking around talking about they hit me with a brick. Dudes, I am so serious. I'm asking. I don't know. I'm not being sarcastic or nothing. Is this the new way that men in the United States treat y'all women? Y'all don't protect them at all as far as protect them from themselves. You just automatically assume that your woman's supposed to, for the rest of her life, get everything right, and she's not supposed to get anything wrong mentally. Is that how it is now in the States? Let me know. You know, I don't plan on coming back and living there anyway. So I'm going to the comment section. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Before we go back to the video, I kid you not, I want to know what the hell is going on in the States to where a man in Washington, D.C. will let his very attractive Afro-Colombiana wife fly and do the first interview with a total stranger. The interview has no topic. She doesn't know what the interview is about. She's never been to Detroit. And the next thing you know, she's flying back to Detroit again. I still haven't met this man. It's not a conglomerate. It's just one dude, no phone calls. I have never emailed him. I've never talked to him. And my wife is flying out for something that I don't know nothing about. The next time I hear about my wife is a year later with a show called 5150. This dude is flying my wife to California. I'm seeing my wife at basketball. I don't take my wife to floor seats. How the hell another nigga got my wife floor seats at the Pistons? Now, shout out to my Pistons. But you got your wife at the floor. This man got your wife taking photos and floor seats at an NBA game, business meetings, in the offices of the NBA. She's gonna explain that. Is this how y'all doing in the States? Let me know. If that's how y'all do it, then I'll shut my mouth. I stay out of y'all business. You know, if that's how y'all do it in the States, men are so lame that you don't know how to protect your woman from herself sometime. Andre, shut up. Go play the video and keep your mouth shut. I'll play the video and keep my mouth shut. Because this is a new wave since I left. I guess this is the new way of how y'all show love to y'all woman. You just let her rant. Just like I said, the definition of the word husband is gardener. Same gardener that stands for you boyfriends or somebody's man. You are her gardener. You make sure that the plants are watered in her life to help her life blossom, but you also protect her from the thistles, the thorns, and the weeds. That's your job as a gardener. You can't get the best results out of your woman if you ain't protecting her from her sometime. You can't get the best results out of your kids if you're not protecting them from them sometime. So this is how y'all doing it now. Okay. I'm just trying to understand. He said, Dre is that bad. He said, I have friends whose wives disrespect them on a regular. That's why I asked, because I didn't want to assume and I didn't want to be sarcastic. Y'all know how I am with cracking jokes. He said, letting another man flex your, that's the other. Come on, guy incognito. That's the other part. Letting another man flirt and flex with your wife and you've never met this man. You haven't sat back and watched your wife one time. You haven't heard any of these rumors going around on social media. So your husband ain't got no cell phone, no nothing, or maybe this is the new norm. Like my brother just said. Maybe this is what Pathfinder just said. This is the new norm in the United States, where men don't know how to protect a woman from herself. I'm my bad. I thought y'all. Sometimes I think I make the mistake of assuming men are still men. My bad. I didn't realize y'all changed. There are new sheriffs in town, and her name is. Once again, there are new sheriffs in town, and her name is. I didn't know. He said, yeah. He says a lot of cucks and simps, a lot of cucks and simps in America. He said, I wouldn't pay no attention to that ish. He said, if I was married in a committed relationship, he said, but since I'm single, I sit back, I watch in disbelief here in the States. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you on that one. Fraction Jackson in the building. Yes, sir. He said, at first, when you said Adam, he said, I thought of Adam 22. Shout out to Adam 22. Because he did the same stupid stuff with his wife, let his wife do Scorno films and record Scorno with a brother. And then he want to get upset with his wife after the wife performed Scorno films with the brother. Like I said, is this the new normal in the United States? Y'all letting y'all wives do Scorno? Y'all letting y'all wives fly and get flexed? This man flexed, fabricated, and flirted with your wife. Dude, I'm a Midwest guy, like a lot of you guys. Us Midwesterners, we're used to working a lot, right? Right? I don't care if I work 2 double shifts for a straight month. Ain't no way in hell my wife flying into another city to meet a total strange dude that I have never met. She does not know what the interview is about. And the next time I see my wife, she's plastered all over social media at the basketball game. Now, mind you, she was the one that posted the photo. The photo is from her Instagram when they were at the basketball game. But my question is, how the hell you even get to the basketball game in the first place. You told me you was flying to Detroit for an interview. Next thing I see you putting on you ain't even got no photos of me. If you go to Micca's website, Micca's Instagram, ain't no photos of her husband. That's why we didn't even know she was married until the brother on here said, I've met your husband. I've had lunch with your husband. Why you ain't tell Anton about your husband? Next time he sees his wife, she's at a basketball game and she got photos of this man who I have never met on her Instagram. On her Instagram. Is this the new dating rules for the fellas? Can I ask y'all a personal question? I'm being nosy. Did the since I left the United States, did the coochie get good, better than I thought it was? I thought it was some decent coochies in the United States. It's the sex game and intimacy was pretty good with a lot of the ladies. Since I left, did it get that good to where y'all got that stupid? No, I'm being so serious. Is the sex game that good, in the head game, in the gook that good in the United States to where y'all done got this stupid to let y'all woman just do any old thing? Is the gook that good now? Did I miss out? Should I have stayed in the States and the gook would have been? My brother said no. Gypsy Cat, he hell no, he ain't that good. Because that's what I'm seeing, the type of behavior that I'm seeing among men, black and white men in the United States, tolerating all this stuff. I'm wondering, like, is the gook not that good? Like, did I miss out on the greatest of all gook? He said this is straight Willie Lynch, where a master separates the wives from the absolute correct from the husbands, except that now feminism 304-ish or ism is the new massa. Preach, brother, preach. Yeah, I'm trying to. He say sadly, Dre, it's a new breed out there. I'm trying to understand. I kid you not. I'm not being facetious or anything. I'm really trying to understand what's taking place back home, because this is not an isolated incident of a husband allowing his woman to just run rampant across the country, taking flights. This woman your wife has gotten flued out. I'm sorry. Whoever Micca husband is, bruh, your wife got flued out. You can't go to the barbershop and hold your head up no more. Hey, bruh, I didn't know Micca got flued out. Nigga, my wife didn't get flued out. Yes, your wife did get flued out, bruh. You in church, pastor pulling you to the side. May I speak to your son? Yes, sir. I heard your wife got flued out. Pastor, my wife didn't get flued out. I saw the video, son. Your wife got flued out. You go to work, your coworkers like, what's up, dog? How you doing? Hey, man, I'm good, man. Let's get this money. Hey, dog, let me talk to you about something for a minute. What's going on? What's up? We got to work another shift? No. Bruh. What's up with your girl, Micca? What do you mean what's up with my wife? Bruh, they talking about she got flued out, man. My wife ain't getting no flued out. Y'all gonna quit talking like that. No, your wife got flued out, brother. Your wife got flued out. Is that what y'all do in the United States now? Wives are getting flued out? Y'all better not ever talk about the passport bros and hoes no more. I'm gonna say this again. I better not ever hear y'all talk about passport bros and hoes ever again. In the words of Pablo Frescobar, my hoe treats me better than your wife. He said my 304, my pay for play treats me, my pay for play in Thailand, his pay for play in Colombia, in Medellin, his pay for play in Brazil, his pay for play in Switzerland and Sweden treats him better. A pay for play in a foreign country in parts of Africa are treating men better than y'all wives and girlfriends treat y'all better in this, treat y'all in the States. That's a damn shame. Man say my hoe treats me better than your wife. Shout out to Pablo Frescobar. Let's continue on with the shout outs in the super chats. My brother says this. He said absolutely. Once again, he said absolutely not. This is what she said. Hear the voice, how her voice sounds. Player says this. He say sucker simps tricks run the world. Yes, they do. Every time we try to clean all us good dudes, try to clean it up, it's gonna always be a sucker. There'll always be a simp, and there will always be a trick that comes to mess everything up. He said we are really surprised by the Mark's action, shaking my damn head. And my brother Will says this. Shout out to Will once again. He said, it's like I said, she has no respect. That's a fact. She has no respect, and the husband doesn't respect himself either. That's a fact. He said, I would divorce my wife for that ish because she will do it. You cannot stop this man. He is not lying. She will do it again because the husband will let her do it again. Some women, let's be honest. Some women marry suckers, simps, and tricks, or date suckers, simps, and tricks because they're suckers, simps, and tricks. If anybody thinks Sierra was stupid when she and didn't know what she was doing when she married Russell Wilson, that woman knew he's gonna be a sucker, he's gonna be a simp, and he's gonna be a trick. Travis Hunter, the wide receiver, the young kid that went first round draft pick last year, right? Everybody knew. I think he went second, but he was in the first round. Everybody knew that his Latin chick that he was dealing with was a gold digging hood rat. Then no matter what anybody said, he put a ring on it and got her pregnant. After getting all those endorsements. There will always be a sucker, and women know it. There will always be a simp. No matter where you go in the world, women know it. And there will always be a trick around the world. And if y'all don't think women know it, that's what makes you a sucker, a simp, or a trick. Because you think women don't know what they're doing when it comes to choosing you other guys, you decent brothers, and choosing a sucker, a simp, or a trick. Women are not stupid. Stop acting like it. Let's get back to the interview. You guys are absolutely correct. Zeta says this. He said the States has ways too many weeks. Yeah, the States has way too many weak suckers for love. I got to sneeze. You mean the dudes that got their nose open? Like we used to say back in the day, got their nose open. Let me shut my mouth and let her talk.
It's just, I just really feel that because this is independent, that we are not looking at it as business because
what is independent?
Because this is okay, so this is your business here.
Sure.
I can talk to you directly instead of having to talk to 1,001 people to get to you.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
With that, it's still a business, but I can talk directly to you.
That's right.
Okay. If he could talk directly to you, why couldn't your husband talk directly to Anton? Because it's not a large conglomerate. Shout out to all you guys that are here.
Right, yep.
Now it's a different notion where this must be for this instead of looking at it as business.
So let's call a thing, if you will. And I want to really drive it home. Has Anton ever flirted with you?
Flirted with me as a sense of what?
Here we go. I'm tired of women playing stupid. Well, what do you mean by this flirt thing? Flirting in a way of, what do you mean? Is he touching me, groping me? Is he befriending me? What do you mean by this touching? Let me give a shout out to somebody on the Cash App. Give you brothers a shout out, because I don't want to be disrespectful to you guys. Shout out to Hanson. Appreciate you, brother, for the $10 love, as well as my man my man James. Shout out to you, Jay, with the $10 love as well on the Cash App. Appreciate you, brothers. I'm glad you guys enjoying the show. We got 142 people in here. Make sure you guys click the like button. I'm going to drop the link for Andrea's channel in a second, so we all can subscribe and support what she's doing. And like I always say, we use Andrea's channel as our backup channel, because we know how YouTube is these days, guys. So just in case anything ever happens to Love Crossing Borders, we're all connected to continue to do shows for you guys over on Andrea's channel. So we're going to drop the link to that. But we're going to continue on with the video.
Just naturally, like we're sitting here, or because I'm gonna explain.
Well, I don't want to get into. Oh, I see what you're saying.
With that, it's still a business.
Yep.
But I can talk directly to you.
That's right. Yep.
Now it's a different notion. Well, this must be for this, instead of looking at it as business.
So let's call a thing, if you will. And I want to really drive it home. Mm-hmm. Has Anton ever flirted with you?
Flirted with me as a sense of what? Just naturally, like we're sitting here, or because I'm gonna explain.
Well, I don't want to get into wordsmithing.
No, there's no wordsmithing.
Okay.
The reason why I'm asking,
because then I want to talk about some pictures too.
No, yeah, okay. I got you. But the reason why I'm asking is because there's two different things, right? So Anton does things for content, and then there's things that Anton would do if we're just sitting here.
Okay.
So if you're saying personally, if me and Anton was just sitting here, no. Now, if you're talking about for content, when we're doing the virtual rooms and things for the show, Anton has said multiple things.
So let me hear a few of the multiple things that he said that was a flirt.
What people would consider if he's, saying.
Not people, what you considered as a flirt.
I would say probably if he's like, oh, Micca, you're so sweet, or you're so cute, right? But
Micca, when this man is Micca, you know what gets me mad about this scenario with Micca? Once again, I'm dropping the link with Andrea's channel. Make sure you guys subscribe and support her. And once again, this is our backup channel. So if you guys really enjoy Love Crossing Borders over the years, this will be our 7th year, April 9th. You realize how important it is to have a backup channel when it comes to YouTube. And so Andrea is going on 5,000 subscribers. But the most important part is that for us to be able to keep in contact with each other, if anything ever happens, we'll all be able to keep in contact with each other by way of Andrea Wallace TV. So make sure you guys subscribe. And my brother Will says this, and we're going to come back to how Micca playing dumb. She playing stupid. I hate when women try to insult our intelligence, gentlemen. He say, Dre, true story. My ex-wife father died that she didn't tell me. And she didn't even tell you. I found out through the newspaper. And then when I asked why she didn't tell me, she said, no worries. You will have the paper waiting, or the divorce paper waiting. Goodness gracious. She on a whole nother level. Goodness gracious. But we're going to come back to Micca. For America, let's put it like this, for America. Micca's an attractive young lady. for America. Now, you know, you drop Micca off in another country, she just look like a regular chick. Drop her off in Brazil. You will smash Micca, but you ain't looking at Micca like, oh my God, you so fun. Come on, Micca is American attractive. For all you dudes that haven't traveled, y'all think we lying to how gorgeous these women are in other countries? Go and drop Micca in Switzerland. Go and drop her in Sweden real quick. Go and drop Micca in Germany. You think we playing? Go and drop Micca in Germany. You will never see her again because you'll never look at her again. Some of the hottest women y'all think that are fine, them Colombianas that y'all see in Miami, go and drop them back off in here in Colombia if you want to. Go and drop them off in Medellin. I'm talking about the finest chick that you see, the Colombianas, them sexy Mexicans in Puerto Rico. Go and drop them off in Puerto Rico again. You'll never see them again because you'll never look at them again. But as far as American women are concerned, Micca's not an unattractive woman. Very attractive as far as being in the States, right? Let's be honest. So for Micca to pretend like she doesn't know what flirting is, Micca, men have been flirting with you your whole life with their cute face. She has a nice shape. For her to play stupid, I hate when women play stupid. What is this flirting you mean? You're not some ugly girl with buck teeth that can't get a man. You're not some big BBW. Micca, you know what the hell a flirt is. You know when a man is trying to get that coochie. You know when a man is trying to test the waters. Do we not do that, man? Oh, we want to play crazy. How many times y'all done got some coochie from a coworker that you started off by testing the waters with just a little flirt? 3 months later, you got her hemmed up in the parking lot at the job on lunch break. Oh, I'm the only one? Oh, I'm the only one that ever smashed a coworker. I'm the only one that started with little flirtation here and there. Hey, girl, I see your shoes. And I kept on walking. A couple of days later, I'm like, who's that smelling good like that? I knew it was. Who's that smelling good like that? Thank you, what it is. Thank you, brother. I know I ain't the only one that sat back and slow rolled a coworker. Because I knew that in 3 months was the Christmas party, and I knew they all gonna be drunk at the Christmas party. So I'm pre-gaming coworkers. Oh, y'all ain't never pre-gamed coworkers before, huh? I guess I'm the only one of the pre-game coworkers. I'm throwing little signs and signals out there because I know when December come and they get to drinking, or I'm the only one that had a hotel room down the street from wherever the event was. Because I know if one of them coworkers I've been flirting with, we ain't driving all the way back to the other side of the city where I'm from. There's a hotel that I got right every time we got a Christmas party. I got a hotel room right down the block. Cause I know I've been thank you guys. I've been pre-gaming my coworkers like you guys pre-game chicks when you go to another country. I got that. I learned that by doing that in the States. I was pre-gaming chicks for Christmas party. I knew right around October, bruh, I'm pre-gaming. I got about 4 or 5 of them that I've been pre-gaming the whole time. We're starting right around November 1st, man. By the time Christmas come, they've been drinking. Watermelon. Shh. He said, no, I don't do office parties. He said, I can't pop where I eat. I understand International Choir Storm is in the building. But as for me, I was dastardly. I was going to Christmas parties twirling my mustache. I knew what was going to happen that night. Twirling, that is. Twirling. What's my point? My point in all this is, let's get back to the video. My point in saying all that is, Micca knows when somebody is flirting with her, just like our coworkers know when we were flirting with them. For real, seriously. He said Dre has a rapping favorite before the seriously, bruh. Man, I was doing that for Christmas parties. Don't let it be the quarterly meetings. Don't, bruh. Don't let it be the quarterly meetings where we meet off campus. You know, I'm working at the campus, the college in Tampa, but our quarterly meetings are in Orlando. So we're gonna be in a hotel. Don't let it be the quarterly meetings. Man, yes. The best thing God ever did was have Andre get married and sit his butt down somewhere. Praise the Lord. But for Micca to play like she doesn't know what flirting is, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'm going to bring that part back and let it roll.
Of the multiple things that he said that was a flirt.
What people would consider if he's, you know, saying,
not people, what you considered as a flirt.
I would say,
But you will.
Probably if he's like, oh, Micca, you're so sweet, or you're so cute, right? But the problem that I have with it is because I know he's doing it for content, right? And he's not actually talking to me. However, I will say what I probably should have paid more attention to is the fact that people take content as real life.
Okay. She said he would flirt with her for content. She said this is her business partner, co-worker, if you will. But it wasn't real life. Okay. Is it just me? I ain't never flirted with a coworker that I wasn't trying to fuck. For all you guys that wonder, for 20 years, I was an academic college recruiter. I worked for several colleges. Any coworker that I flirted with wasn't a fun flirt. I wasn't just flirting because I was bored. I wasn't flirting because I ain't had nothing else to do that day and I got 15 minutes before lunch. I was flirting because my goal was to smash your wife. Yes, it was. Your girlfriend who worked with me, your girl was going to get smashed by Dre, as she was. Men don't waste a flirt. We use flirting to test the waters, ma'am. Micca, you know that. You too pretty not to know that men flirt to test the waters. Let me see how much can I push it out there? See what she'll say. If I say a little quick joke. Hey, Micca, you better, hey, I'm gonna tell you now, don't come to work with them jeans on like that. One of these students gonna be looking at you. You gonna quit playing, Andre? I don't give a damn about them students looking at her. I'm letting her know, girl, I'm looking at you. And she taking it like I'm looking at you. Micca, hey, Micca, don't come to work like that again, girl, with them heels on like that. What you doing? What you doing? Micca, I know your man ain't let you come out. Go to your car and get a pair of sneakers. Why? This is a true flirts. These are true flirts I'm telling you about. Micca, what? Go to your car, and I will have the serious face. This is my serious face flirt. Micca, go to your car and get a pair of sneakers. Why? There is no way you're going to be walking around this campus looking that damn good in those heels and think that these guys aren't going to, you're going to get some work done today. This is a professional setting. You are looking too beautiful. Look at them pretty ass toes. What color is that nail polish? Rouge. If you don't get some goddamn shoes and go to your car. Did your man let you leave the house like that? There is no way them pretty ass feet are supposed to be sitting out in public and you at work. What do you think you're doing? I'm going to HR right now. And then the female will start laughing. Stop it, Andre. You need to stop. Am I not testing the water? Am I not putting it in a way that's not disrespectful to her and her husband, but yet is reeling her in? Am I not from Detroit like Anton? If I know how to spit this game coming from the D, you don't think Anton know how to know all this talking about, you're so sweet, Micca? That nigga wasn't saying that. And they were looking at that fat ass and he was like, damn, Micca. Your husband let you come to Detroit looking like that? Get your ass back on that plane, girl. You looking too damn good to be here. Stop, Anton. You play too much. And she tried to sell it as if the flirting was just on camera. That flirting wasn't just on camera. Oh, stop. Yeah, for real. Stop, Andre. You so fun. You play too much. I know one thing. You ain't going to be walking next to me with them pretty ass feet. HR ain't going to get me in trouble. Soon as they see your feet and see my big, ugly feet. Now, mind you, I got my Oxfords on, or my monk straps, or my wing tips. But I do not need my feet to be, if we walking down the hall together, I'm not walking with you today. Why? Not with them pretty ass feet. Ain't nobody gonna be, I'm not about to lose my job because people gonna see me walking next to your pretty feet. And they gonna start assuming things and spreading rumors about me and your pretty feet. No, girl, go put some tennis shoes on. If you want to go hang out with me for lunch, go put some tennis shoes on. Go to the trunk. I know you always go to the gym. Ain't no way in the world you got that body like that. Ain't no way in the world you got that body like that after having 2 kids. How's the kids doing, by the way? Are they good? After having 2 kids and that body looking like that. So I know you go to the gym and I know you got your gym and your exercise shoes in the trunk. During lunch break, go to the trunk. Because you are not going to be walking around this job with them pretty motherfucking feet walking around me all day. You think I didn't say that to them coworkers? Shh. And you didn't think they wasn't laughing and kiki kaka? When was the last time their husband told them that she had pretty feet? Man, please. Seriously, you guys, see, you know what I like about some of you guys? Some of you guys know exactly what some of y'all think like, I'm gonna use that one tomorrow. The pretty feet, I'm talking about that one tomorrow. Seriously.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Shout out to my brother, Yorinus Dude 22. He noticed my feet. My husband, absolutely correct. So for her to pretend like she doesn't know what flirting is, that's a lie. Let's continue on with the video, gentlemen. But I just want to lay the foundation of women that are trying to sit up here and lie to us, insult our intelligence, and pretend like she didn't know. And remember, gentlemen, this particular episode is dedicated to husbands or boyfriends that don't know anything about what's going on. And she's trying to pretend like the flirting only happened for content on the show.
Instead of just content.
But has he said those things to you privately?
No, and that's why I asked
it's
you.
all been on the show?
Yes, that's why I asked you the difference. And that's why I wanted to make that distinction. Because if I just said, he said this word, you would probably think it's just because we're sitting here. That's why I said no.
How did you feel when a married man said that to a married woman?
I didn't feel a certain way. I didn't say anything because I was a little off-putted. But once I understood what he was trying to do, I'm like, okay, well, you can't say this and that and the third. It's okay if you're like, okay, I have beautiful women on my panel. That is fine, right? Because people can acknowledge that people look nice and things like that. But it's when it becomes personalized that it looks funny to the audience.
How does his wife feel? Has his wife, Rita, ever expressed to you her disdain, or have you heard her discuss something with him about her disapproval of saying that to you on a show? Even because
go ahead.
Well, let me just say this just before you answer. I think there's a line you draw in the sand when I say something because it's content. So I'm producing content here. I'm doing a show. And if I say to you, knowing your husband, wow, you look so beautiful and you're so gorgeous. Boy, I wish we could probably just go for a nice drink. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, but he's never said that to me.
Yeah, but
that's totally different.
He may not have used my words. I'm just saying.
No, he's never done that.
He's never had to. You just get in the car and go with him. You in Detroit. He ain't have to say, we need to go for a drink. He let you know, after this interview, we're going to go get something to eat. We're going to a Piston games. I got floor seat tickets. I got a business meeting. I want you there with me. That's how that went. My number one flirt line, just a small sentence. Y'all ready? I have never, I probably could say in the last 20 years of my life, I've never asked a woman for anything. As far as, can we go out for drinks? I like to take you out for drinks. With a question tone like she has a choice. I told a brother the other day, my number one line is, here's what we're gonna do. If you ever wonder how that dude Dre get all that coochie, here's what we're gonna do. What you doing right now? Nothing? Here's what we're gonna do. Because that's how Anton played her. Here's what we're gonna do. There are dudes like me and many of you do, you don't ask. Here's what we're gonna do. We about to head to the pizza shop, get some pizza, and we're gonna chill, and we're gonna laugh at some jokes. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going down to the mall. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get on this plane. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to this basketball game. Here's what we're gonna do. I don't ask. I don't ask. That ended probably in my 30s. I discovered with women when it came to an asking tone, just the tone of you asking was not a turn on. And one day I discovered, here's what we're gonna do. And women just fell in line. And I didn't have to come like mean, oh, here's what we're gonna do. I didn't do that. What you doing right now? Nothing? Well, here's what we're gonna do. Even in a disagreement, like, well, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm walking out the door. That's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna sit up here and argue with you. Here's what we're gonna do. If you ever want to know my number one get 'em line, all in any country, any woman. Now, I'm not saying that it was 100% guaranteed, but I promise you this: no woman can ever say, Andre asked me for some coochie. I ain't never asked you for nothing. I told you, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna exchange numbers. I'm gonna give you a call. I got the best of Frankie Beverly Mays over at the house. What's your favorite wine? Oh, you're a Pinot woman. You like yours white? Okay, cool. Blanco. And we're gonna enjoy ourselves and have a good evening this Friday. I'm gonna give you a call on Friday. Give me your number. Here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, that direct, I kid you not, guy, dude. That direct is, that blew me, dude. Here's what we gonna do. Got me coochie that I didn't even think I was gonna get. Kid you not. You know how you had that 1, 2, or maybe 10 women that you like, I love to smash it. I done got some of them by just saying, well, what you up to? Nothing. Well, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to the Cheesecake Factory. After the Cheesecake Factory, we're doing this, that. Women love direct respect. Notice how I said that. Direct with respect. They don't want you to just, grab their ponytail and drag them off like a caveman behavior. But that here's what we're going to, bruh, I'm giving y'all my number one. I ain't never asked for no coochie. It was, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Let's go to the bedroom real quick. What are we going to do? You know what we're going to do. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna get 3 orgasms. And after that, we're gonna rest for a little bit, listen to some music. We're gonna have the music going. Then we're gonna do a round 2. I didn't come over here for sex. I didn't ask you. Number 2, my number 2 line. Y'all ready? I'm not asking. I'm giving y'all, I'm married already, so I can give y'all my true game. Here's what we're gonna do, and I'm not asking. What you up to? Nothing? Okay, we're going to here's what we're gonna do. We're going to the Cheesecake Factory. We're gonna have something to drink. We're gonna enjoy ourselves. Then we're going to your place or my place. I'm not asking. And they can they can eye contact. They can see it in my face. They can say yes. They have the choice of saying yes or saying no. I'm not a monster. Most of the time they say, dude, the yeses will surprise me. You know how you play cool on the outside as a man, I'm cool. But on the inside, I'll be like, what? She said, yeah, what the? I'm about to get this coochie. As fine as she is, I'm about to actually get the. But on the outside, you playing like, yeah. I knew you was gonna give me this coochie anyway, girl. But in my mind, I'm running around the church. And you know how we used to back say, and I'm not asking. Okay. So I'm gonna call you at 7:30 and we're gonna get together. And we're gonna have a good evening. Okay. But call me at 8:30. I gotta put the kids to sleep. Okay, cool. Whatever you gotta do. On the outside, I'm cool. On the inside, I'm running around the church. I can't believe I'm about to get this coochie. And all I said was, here's what we gonna do. In my number 2 line, bullshit you not. I'm not asking. I'm not asking you for your number. Let me get your number. I'm not asking. And they will still have the choice to say yes or no. But how I worded it, I took the question like, can I get your number? You should let me get your number. Here's what we're going to do. You go give me your number. I'm going to get let me get your cell phone. Let me get your cell phone. Give me my number real quick. Let me get yours. Here. Let me get your number. I'm not asking. Here, put your number in my phone. I'm not asking. Kid you not. Bullshit. If y'all ever wondered, that was my I'm not asking. And here's what we're gonna do. Shh. Like I said, I'm married now, so I can share. Take charge. Boy, that take charge moment, it don't matter. Dude, I could be smelly coming from the gym. And I could walk up on the chick, get to know her name, so forth and so forth. I said, I know you're busy right now, so here's what we're gonna do. I know we're in the grocery store right now. I know you're trying to shop, so here's what we're gonna do. You gonna give me your number. We're gonna get together. We're gonna get to know each other. We might even fall in love. We both need love. So here's what we're gonna do. Put your number in my phone real quick. Oh, I wasn't asking. Why should I put my number in your phone? Oh, I wasn't asking. Beep, 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 beep. Like I said, now that I'm married, y'all can have that. Y'all can have. Go ahead. If you think I'm lying, use them. That's right, boo. Try it. I kid you not. I've been surprised many a day that those lines work. Even with my tour of Spanish, when I first came to Colombia and really started traveling to some of the Caribbean islands, Mexico, things like that, right? Even my tones were, here's what we're going to do in Spanish. I'm not asking. Even in Spanish. Oh, I didn't? No, I did. I'll grab it afterwards. All right, sexy boo. Yeah, man. That direct, like I said, it's not being domineering and, well, here's what we're going to do. No, I'm not saying like that. But what I'm saying is all that I got to flirt back and forth with, here's what we're going to do. I'm about to sit up here and spend all day flirting with you, and I know you you got to go home and get to the kids. I know you said you're going to Bible study. Well, here's what we're going to do. Anytime a woman made it seem like that I got to get ready to go do something, no problem. Here's what we're going to do. I don't know. I wasn't asking. Why should I give you I wasn't asking. Straight face. I wasn't asking. So here's what we're going to do. I can't do it now, bruh. Y'all got, okay, let's go back to the video.
Period. Like, oh, well, let's go for it.
But he's called you beautiful.
Oh, yes.
And gorgeous.
Yes.
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 On the show.
Yes.
And to you, that's not a problem. Because it's happened more than once.
Correct.
And I'm not trying to make it a problem.
Notice he's never said that to any of the other women on the show. That's what makes it a problem. He Island Girl Q, she's a cutie too. He's never come at Island Girl Q like that. Or any of the other he's had a few ladies on the show over the years that were attractive. He's never said anything beautiful, gorgeous, sexy. He's never talked to them like that. Why is it, Micca, that you don't see that you're being set up to see what he can get?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Let me answer your question. So yes, he said beautiful, gorgeous, whatever. But there's not like, well, I want to take you to the whatever, or let's do this and this and that. And it's just,
well, he's taking you somewhere. Let's look at this picture. You guys were at a game when you said he wanted to take me somewhere. Now, I'll be honest. When I saw this picture, I was flabbergasted.
Wow.
You know why? Because he knows her husband in real life.
Because
wait.
Sure.
So go back to what you were saying, because you can't intertwine the two. So you were asking,
sure,
was he expounding on
flirt,
on the certain type of things that he says? And we were talking about him saying beautiful, whatever, but not expounding in that way.
Yes.
Now, what is your question that you're asking now? Because
I think I asked it, was it disrespectful? Did you feel that it was disrespectful? And I think you answered it by saying no, because you realize that it's content and people do these shows and they say things. And you also clarified it by saying outside of the show, that has never happened. So let's go to the picture.
Okay.
Tell us about this. How did this happen?
So this was the day that we did the interview. So
the show did an interview, or just you and him?
This was my interview day.
The first day. Oh wow.
The first day. This man don't know her from a can of paint. Right? She's in DC. Somebody sends him, based off what she said, an email about her. Her husband doesn't talk to Anton, barely knows anything about Anton other than YouTube. She flies out. She doesn't know what the interview was about. Next thing you know, her Simpstone husband is seeing a photo posted by her. Once again, she doesn't have any photos of her husband, but here's the kicker. Y'all ready for something? You go to her Instagram, because I went to it yesterday. How come she took this picture down? This picture was one of the main photos on her Instagram. You know me doing content, especially with this Anton situation, I've had to look at her Instagram at least 10 times over the last month doing content, right? I went on there yesterday This photo right here that she posted, and she's going to tell you she was the one that posted it. This photo is gone. There is no evidence that she ever knew Anton Daniels on her Instagram. You know how when the dudes leave the NFL, when they get ready to get traded from a team, they may be with the Raiders, right? They get traded from the Raiders and they take all the Raiders photos down off of their Instagram and social media because they're going to a new team. That's what she did. Anything that said Anton Daniels, she took it down. Yeah. Yep. Trying to showboat. We do too much. You know what this photo reminds me of? Y'all ready? It's like when dudes come to Cartagena and they overpay for play. Okay, we playing stupid tonight. Okay. Dude come to Cartagena. Pay for play chicken, DR, Cartagena, Phuket, whatever it is, wherever you are, right? Cartagena, she tells you 100,000 pesos. That's $25. She's sexy. $25 for 40 minutes, hour, whatever it may be, right? Here you go. Now you've already said agreed handshake, 100,000 pesos, right? Right. Thank you. But I can save her. You give her 300,000 pesos. That's what this photo is. She came for an interview. That's all she flew in for, an interview. She did what was required of her, an interview. Here your ass go. Floor seats. You know he probably the best hotel downtown Detroit. Taking her to the Rooster Tail Hotel. Rooster Tail restaurant, which is one of the best ones in Detroit. Doing too much showboating. Let's not get mad at Anton. Day one, first day. How many times have we seen dudes come to Colombia and overspend on the first day? Go to DR and overspend on the first day. Go to Thailand and overspend on the first day. Go to parts of Africa and they overspend on chicks on the first day. Anton ain't doing nothing. With this photo, it just says, I'm a simp. Can you be a simp too? That's all this photo shows. She said that this was the first day that she ever met Anton, first day she ever flew into the city. And now she getting floor seats. She getting floor seats to the Pistons. Shout out to my Pistons. And that's a good question. If this ain't your woman, why do you feel the need to impress her like this on this level on the first day? You don't know her. You don't even know if after this interview, she wants to deal with you anymore. And what, you take her to floor seats? He said, I bet that trip cost him a minimum of $2,500, not to include probably paid for the first class ticket. Yeah, for that flight out. That's a good point, Will. That's a good point. Let's get back to the video. Simps.
So this is my interview day, because you can go and you can see the outfits, the same outfit, same everything. Now, what he is doing here is he had already a business meeting set up there. So there is...
That's what he told you,
No,
correct?
that's what happened.
No, I'm not saying that's what he told you as if that was a cake bake. He told you he had a business meeting and you were invited.
No.
Okay.
So,
okay, wait a minute. You just did the interview. Thank you for most people, I'm just saying, most people would, let's be serious. He's interviewing her to see if she's going to be on the show and interviewing her to see if the audience will like her, right? First time they ever meet, blah, 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 right? Why didn't he just let her go get something to eat, go back to the hotel? This is an interview. You say that you got business meetings because they do have business meetings at the plaza. I mean the Palace in Detroit. They've got offices all around. So, and Anton does have connections throughout Detroit. I give him that. So why bring Micca? Now, don't get me wrong. He's taken Carlton White to basketball games. He's taken Angry Man to basketball games. So I'm not surprised that he took her to the basketball games. But here's the part. When he took Angry Man and Carlton White, there were no meetings going on. He could just enjoy the game with the brothers. But being with her, everybody knows having an attractive chick on your arm during business meetings is a plus. Can we all be real with that? If you got a nice, attractive woman on your arm when you're having a meeting, or even on your way to a meeting, it's a plus. Let's be real. That's how we men are. We kind of look at each other like, okay, I see what you're working with. He brought her there as a flex. Crazy.
Again, back there, probably like on the first level there is a area where if you have, your high roller seats and things like that, you I don't know what they call it there in Detroit, but here in DC they call it maybe the Ultra Club and things like that, where all the people that have club seats, things like that. Yeah, you have of course conference rooms, other things up there, and back there is where he had his meetings. He met a couple of high profile people. They were talking about sponsorships. They were talking about interviews, a whole lot of stuff.
What does the conversation sound like to invite you to come here?
Okay.
Because I said you were invited and you said no.
Okay. So no, that's not what I said. But
we're going to play it back.
Nevertheless, so again, he had business meetings there, and he said.
He did say, were you invited to the business meetings? And she said no. She did say that. And she just denied it, as if she was invited to the business meetings. Make sure you guys subscribe to Andre Wallace TV, Andrea's channel. Thanks, gentlemen, while you're here. We've got 132 people in the building. Make sure we get at least 50 people that be able to subscribe to Andrea's channel. Appreciate it, gentlemen. Let's continue on.
Well, I got a couple meetings at the game, and these people I think will be good for you to meet. I said, sure.
And you were the only one from the team that went, or were there other people? I know you were the only interview.
I wasn't at a team then.
No, I'm saying the interview was his staff, his production. Like you have camera people, producers, etc. So the production is over. Did he not only apprise you that he was going and invited you, were there other production people?
Anton does everything himself.
Yes.
And I do mean all of it.
So his wife wasn't there?
At this one, no.
Right. So you flew out for an interview. Mm-hmm. You went to his studio or place of production. Mm-hmm. Y'all did an interview, and it's just you guys.
Got to the studio. His wife came past the studio. That's when I first met her.
Sure.
But she did not stay.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and I'm not trying to be too investigatory, but it gives foundation. Mm-hmm. How far is the hotel from the studio?
I say maybe 10 or 15.
Okay, 10 or 15. So then he says
it's all downtown.
It's all downtown. So he says, hey, I got this business meeting. I'm going to this game. Would you like to go with me? Mm-hmm. And obviously you said yes because you weren't forced into going.
I got this game. I got this meeting.
I had this meeting. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if I'm looking at this picture, are you all on the floor at a basketball game?
Correct, that's the floor.
Okay, at a basketball game.
Correct.
So you went to a basketball game. Did you watch the game?
No, this picture right here, we probably sat on this court maybe 10 minutes.
Oh,
we
I see.
In the back.
So a meeting, and then y'all just went on the floor to take a picture.
No, we just went on the floor and we sat there maybe 10 minutes. And then they had their,
Said that 10 minutes to watch a game for 10 minutes?
He wanted to see a little bit of the game. Said there maybe about 10 minutes. The quarter ended, went right back to the back.
Okay, and was his wife invited with you guys to the business meeting?
I don't know if she was invited or not.
Was she there?
If she was there, no.
She was not there.
Mm-mm.
Okay, in that moment, did you feel awkward?
No, because I was there for a meeting. So,
but you had nothing to do with the meeting, right?
Let me finish.
Sure.
I was there for a meeting.
But
she said, and that's what his point is, and that's why I like this interviewer. I think he knows her well enough, and he's been around her enough to know how she talks. Another person that would have interviewed her would have not have picked up on a lot of things, but since he personally knows her, he's listening intently. She did say that she was going to that meeting and that she was not invited to it. That's what she said. Now she's trying to talk as if she was invited to the meeting by Anton. And that meeting had nothing to do with her. He's absolutely correct.
Here's the difference, and you know this because we work together. I go back to how critical it is for the male that you're working with, particularly when it's sort of independent and we are being seen and these sort of pictures come about. It's important to meet and know your husband. And I'm not saying he isn't a man of character because I don't know Anton. And I'm not here to vilify him. I'm just going based off how things look and what the concerns have been in the public.
I can understand, but that's why I don't mind. That's why I don't mind talking about it, because there's nothing nefarious that I ever had going on.
It is, and that's the part that she can't see. She thinks that because nothing publicly shows her being intimate with Anton physically, that she's innocent. And that's the mistake that she's making. She really believes, I don't know how young this young lady is, but she's either plain dumb, young, and full of cum, or she's just a good actress trying to lie to us, but it's not working. Yeah, she sounds stupid. She doesn't just sound dumb, she sounds stupid. She knows exactly how men think, how men are. Woman, I could, once again, if Micca looked like an average chick, I could give her some grace, right? For American Beauty, she's a cute Afro-Latina. If you go to her Instagram, she has a really nice body. She's got that short little, for all you guys that like the short 5'1" chicks, she's got that going on. All her hair is hers. No weaves. You never see her with fake eyelashes on. She's a very attractive young lady. She's been like that, from her teens on up. So for her to pretend like she doesn't know when men are flirting, when men are doing, I didn't know when he invited me to the yacht. I didn't know it was I loved Diddy for Diddy. When he was telling me to go to the freak-offs, he said, Cassie, go to the freak-offs. I didn't know after my 5th freak-off there would be a 6th. I'm tired of women just playing stupid. Like they didn't know and like they're so innocent. Well, I never gave him oral sex. So I don't know what you're talking about. You've been flirted with men your whole life as far as your adulthood. Don't tell me you don't know what the hell a flirt is. Don't tell me you don't know when men are laying foundations. Before you got married, woman, men have been putting you in some of the most expensive vehicles in DC. You've been invited to this event and that event and this. Don't tell me that men in tuxedos haven't walked up on you, seeing you in them. Okay, we want to play stupid. I'm gonna let this roll. I'm about to pull up her Instagram. And
again, I never do anything unless my husband knows.
So your husband knew that you were going to this business meeting.
My husband knew that I was where I was.
No, that's not. Let's be very clear with language. So I want to be clear with my question.
Okay.
Did your husband know that after the show, the interview was over, you were going to a basketball, not a basketball, you were going to a meeting at an arena where a basketball game was?
I don't remember if I told him before or after, but I did tell my husband. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you told him. But
of course.
When you say you don't remember
meaning
before
like,
or after,
meaning like
is it fair to say you told him after?
No, it's not fair.
Because how do you not remember that?
Because I don't remember everything about that day.
No, but you're a married woman who goes, and I want to be fair to you, but I want us
because to me, everything that I'm doing is business. So again,
but a married woman doesn't forget if she told her husband she went somewhere before or after.
No, you're trying to pinpoint a time frame, and I'm telling you, I don't remember my time frame.
Not a time frame.
I tell my husband everything. So yes, I did, and I posted this. This is my picture.
Yes.
So again, if I was trying to hide it, if I didn't want my husband to know it, I would have never posted.
So you think posted it makes you innocuous?
No, I'm telling you that I don't hide anything. I have nothing to hide. And so if I wanted to hide something from my spouse, I would have never.
Let's look at the next picture. I was flabbergasted by this picture.
Okay, tell me why.
Okay.
Because there's no.
Can somebody hide something in plain sight? Can a person hide something from another person in plain sight? Like right in front of their face, and that person doesn't notice. So that means that, and if you can do that, that means that anything that she can hide it in plain sight in front of her husband. She doesn't have to hide it. But before we go back into the video, let's go to her Instagram. Let's go to her IG, gentlemen. Cause she trying to play stupid. She trying to act like she doesn't know what he's talking about, what we're talking about. Let's take a look. We on her IG. Now, like I said, Micca, she's doing her thing. Let's right here. She's like a co-host on a Celebrity Dish on a reality on one of the shows in DC. So she's doing her thing. Let's continue on. You know, we already know that she's mega. Right around here, Fox News. Now she's hating on Don, but I don't, that's none of my business. She's done different interviews. She's not an unattractive woman. So for her to sit back and pretend that she doesn't know, I didn't know. See what I'm saying? I didn't know. I'm just posting it. If y'all looking for a husband, he ain't on here. If you're looking to see her husband, he's not on here. He's not on her Instagram at all. She's not an unattractive woman. We're not stupid. Where's the ring at that we've been seeing all day, fellas? Where's the ring at? As we go through her Instagram, where's the ring? So there are times when she has a ring on and times that she doesn't have a ring on, yet she's married. So for her to pretend like, I don't know when somebody's flirting with me. I don't know. She's going to all these gala events. Legacy of Freedom Ball in DC for the Black Conservative Federation. This is not her husband, by the way. All this, bruh. I'm so innocent. I don't know what you guys are talking about. What do you mean by flirting? Like right around here is where the photo with Anton Daniels used to be. Like I said, she took that photo down. The moment that Corey Holcomb called her a bitch, that photo was taken down. Here's a photo of her open hands. Where's the ring at? There are no ring lines, no ring at all. Where's the ring at? I could blow this photo up for you guys. I didn't mean to put the heart on there. But I can see if I could blow this photo up, make it a little larger. No, I guess I can't. No, nothing. She's been, like I said, she was doing her thing long before she met Anton. I caught that, T-Mac. I didn't say anything. I don't open up my mouth about another man's wife, like Kevin Samuel said, but I did catch that. I kid you not, I did catch that, brother. This is another show that she was on with this brother here and a couple other sisters. Very attractive young lady. So for her to say, I don't know what flirtation, I don't know when a man is flirting with me. I don't know. Look like she's doing some acting. So she doesn't know when dudes walk up to her in the $3,000 suit and she got that body on and nobody knows. I mean, she just doesn't know. Will says this. He say, gents, when a woman doesn't celebrate you on her social media, she is playing you, expanding her options, very hypergamous. Cut bait, move on. Absolutely correct. So she's had a life before Anton and will have one after Anton. All the photos that of the men that we've seen her with so far, were they not respectful photos? Were they not respectful poses? We're going to get to the photo of her and Anton with that pose. He's going to talk about that during the interview. Very respectful pose. I don't see any disrespect. Very respectful. Even this was not bad. Looks like she's got a microphone, so she was just interviewing the guy. This is not a bad pose. This doesn't seem like she belongs to him. This was doing the DMV Summer Jam 2023. Right before she got with Anton. So she's been doing her thing for a while. Another photo, another pose, very respectful. Looks like all the men that she posed with and she's with respectful. The brother right here, another pose. She's not all over him. Not one photo have we seen her all over somebody except for the photo with Anton. You notice that? We're going through her whole Instagram. Every pose that she's had, every pose the men have had, very respectful. And then when you see the photo with her and Anton, that does not look respectful. Like once again, for you guys that are just coming, any photo with Anton, she took it down. Look at this photo. Not disrespectful. She's not leaning all over the guy. All her photos with guys are respectful. This is my man, Salt Bae, even though he lost all his restaurants. Respectful. She's in the studio because she does sing. She does perform on stage. Shout out to my man Dick Gregory. Respectful. This her back in the day, 2020. So as we scroll down, we don't see any images of her posing in any way that's this might be the closest one, but this is a 2000, like I said, this is 2020. This is the closest one, but she's not all over somebody. Look how every photo she kind of has the same pose. Very respectful. Akon, respectful. Shout out to CeeLo, respectful, and the Goody Mob. This is her on stage performing. So she's got her own life. Looking like A. Marie on there. It's just one thing. Got to admit it. Looking like A. Marie on there. Afro-Latina queen from DC. Jamie Foxx, respectful. Chantel Simone. Chantel Moore, Shantae Moore with her golden voice. Respectful. Respectful. All these poses, respectful. Yo Gotti. Respectful with these gentlemen here. Every single photo is respectful. Like I said, she's taken down all the photos that she had with Anton, gone off her Instagram. So there are two men that are off her Instagram. I'll say this again. There are two men. He say, nah. He say, A. Marie was yeah, for real. A. Marie was that one. That's true. Good call, Dave. Good call. Yeah, she's short. Yeah, she's really short. Yep. She's what I call one baby away. She's what I call one baby away. She's one of them chicks that as soon as they have one baby, woof, it ain't gonna take two babies, it ain't gonna take three babies. We all know, we've all got those women in our neighborhood that we grew up with that was fine as can be, and their body said one baby gonna blow them up. I tell you, like I always say, a perfect example of one baby away is a woman that's had a few babies, but the thing that's saved her is trainers and being on tour all the time. Beyonce. Beyonce's got a body that if she was not touring all the time, and she did not have the trainers and the dietitians that she have, Beyonce would be woof. Beyonce, we all know Beyonce can blow up if she does not take care of her health, if she does not train. She's got that same gene that her mama got. Y'all think I'm playing? Let Beyonce stop touring. Let her stop touring for a year. You're going to see how fast Beyonce blow up. There are some women that got bodies that are just one baby. Look how thick her legs are. She looks good in this right here, but I'm telling y'all, man, there are women that are just one baby away, one shorty away. Seriously. So let's go back to the video. Now that we've seen her posing with other men, that's what my point is. That's why I came here, not to mock her. This is all about her husband. This episode tonight, we're talking about her husband who allowed all that with Anton. You see how she's respectful with every man that she's posed with. Every man that she's been centered around. Every one of them. She got a website for her music. An Instagram for her music, news coverage, so forth and so forth. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen. Let's remove this and add this.
Way my wife would be fit.
Look at how she's posed on Anton compared to those other photos. Nope, no pictures of her and her husband. Mr. Man, no pictures of her and her husband. She's got to really be short because Anton is a short dude. Anton like what, 5'9", 5'8", like 5'7". Anton's a really, really short brother, man. I think Anton's like 5'7". So she's got to be all of like 5'1", 5 feet. You stupid. That's a good one though. She's like 5'2". Yeah. Everybody gets the basic pose, and all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, Anton gets he's like 5'7". A lot of people don't realize that. He's a really small dude. Little small bowling ball. No offense, but you know, that's the bodily image that he gives off. Let's go back to the video.
Physically touching, leaning on a married man, leaning on a single man, leaning on another man in a way that suggests, I'm feeling you, I like you. This is really some sort of.
Why do you think that says I'm feeling you?
Even if it doesn't say I'm feeling you, I don't want my wife.
Why do you think?
Yeah.
Why do you think that suggests that I'm feeling you? Because
okay, let's
hold on. The reason why I'm asking you, the reason why I'm asking you is I have tons of pictures of our former co-hosts.
Yep.
With the same lean, everything.
But here's the difference.
Hold on.
Yes.
And that person is also a male. All right. And we have a working relationship, and it's the same exact type of picture.
But here's the disrespect. Here's the disrespect. This is a married man that you are physically leaning into.
I'm not leaning into.
That to me,
I'm not leaning into.
To me, there's space there. Here's my perspective of it.
Is she leaning in? Compared to all the photos that we saw of her earlier, is she leaning in? My brother Will says this. He said, Dre, if I was a betting man with the money that he paid, for real, for everything, flights, basketball games, paying her $3,500 a month to be on the show. He said, man, I'm going to tell y'all something. And I said this before when all this stuff started with Anton. I'm coming back to Will. If y'all ever see me doing all that for a woman, I hit it. I'm going to tell y'all that now. I cheated. If you ever see me doing all that, if y'all see me flying a chick from the States to Colombia, or flying a chick from Medellin to Cali, or from Cartagena, if y'all see a chick up under me, we doing shopping sprees, because she had photos also on there of her going shopping with Anton. Now, of course, his wife and Island Girl Q was there too, but she had that all the photos with Anton taken down. If you see me on a shopping spree, if you see me flying some chick to meet somebody that's well known like Corey Holcomb, if you see somebody say, and take your bitch with you, that's my bitch. There ain't gonna be no pretending. I ain't about to sit up here and pay. If you see me pay, if somebody's my co-host, other than Andrea, and I'm paying that person $3,500 a month to be on this show, other than Andrea, oh yeah, I'm fucking her. Oh yeah, y'all ain't got the question of cheating. That ain't nothing to hide. Don't worry about it. I'm fucking her. I ain't flying nobody out, and I ain't going through all that. Andre cheating, you ain't got to ask. You don't assume. I'm not going through all that. So for Anton to sit up here and lie, or her to sit up here and lie, dude, if you didn't hit, you a sucker. If you didn't get that coochie behind that man's back, and she purposely, remember they asked earlier, has Anton ever met your husband? What did she say? Absolutely. She might as well put the motherfucker in there. Absolutely motherfucking not. That's how she said it, didn't she? Right? Come on, fellas. That's exactly how she said it. So you like, okay, that's how she said it. The guy interviewing her asked, okay, did you meet her by way of, did he talk to your husband by way, okay, maybe not in person, maybe by phone, or maybe a DM or email? No, he hasn't. So you've been around Anton for a year, and there is, and you say Anton runs everything. He does the editing, he does everything for his show. So it's not a bunch of people you need to go through an HR department to get to Anton, right? So how is it, and Anton even came to DC, and based off of what Ronan Travelers was telling us earlier, that Anton had businesses in DC too. And your man still ain't met Anton. And Anton, you still ain't get that pussy? Dude, Anton, come on, let me bring this up here. Anton, what do we got to do? You're flying the chick out everywhere. She finding a mother. She shorty toss up. That's one of them shorties you can just toss up in the air and go come down with crystals. You flying her to California. You're taking her to basketball games. You sending her in the best of the best hotels and restaurants in Detroit. You taking her on shopping sprees with your wife next to you, and you ain't get that coochie. And you ain't get that coochie. I thought you was a simp stone before. If y'all ever see me in that situation, do not guess. I'm telling you right now. Fortunately, I never put myself in a situation like that. But if you ever did see me in a situation like that, and you were assuming, don't assume a damn thing. Yes, I'm getting that pussy. I am not about to spend that type of money and that type of time on any woman, and I ain't fucking her. Andrea gonna have a reason to be suspicious. Ain't no fucking way I'm gonna put all that effort and energy into a female, and she posted me all on her Instagram. We booed up, and we looked at all the photos of her with other men on her Instagram. None of those men she was leaning on and laying on none of that. Anton, she leaning on you like you somebody special, Butterball, and your fat ass ain't get that. Nigga, what type of simp are you? What type of simp? I wish I didn't get that coochie. I wish y'all didn't get. I wish I would have to pretend and lie to y'all like I ain't get that coochie. Yes, I got it, and it was delicious and wonderful and nutritious. I'd have said, man, her pussy for the 8 essential vitamins and minerals, part of a complete breakfast. I'd have told y'all it was full of 8 essential vitamins and minerals, part of a complete breakfast. If she's saying damn her husband, who am I not to say damn her husband? Because that's what this whole video is about. Her telling her husband, damn you, I'm gonna do what I want to do. Well, if she's saying that, who am I to sit back and call? I need to talk to your husband so he'll get to know me. If she's saying hell no, shit, let the fun and festivities in the fucking begin. The hell I would not get that pussy. I done put myself out there, embarrass my brand, embarrass myself. Yeah, futon crazy. You say that's an edited photo. Futon hand. That's true. That's a good point. Wow. That is an edited photo. Anton's hand in the original, Anton's hand is around her waist. Good call, brother. Good call. That is an edited. I didn't even see that. Anton's hand wrapped around her waist. All the photos we looked at her, none of these dudes' arms was wrapped around her waist. Anton had that hand wrapped around her. She edited that. He edited that. Whether it be the host or her, one of those edited that photo because that photo had Anton arms wrapped. The original had Anton's arms wrapped. You know what? Let's see if we can find the original. We're not stupid. We are not stupid. They must think we Tom Tucker, that dumb motherfucker. They must think we are Tom Tucker, that dumb motherfucker. Let me see if I can find this photo. Because if I find it, the original, and I had it too. Now I don't see it. Now I don't see it. But you are 1000% correct. I've seen that original one so many times. I've seen that original photo so many times that you're correct. His hand was wrapped around her waist. Yep. And then I noticed he's on his thumbnails for that late evening show. Remember his thumbnails used to always have Island Girl Q on there? He took Island Girl Q off and started putting Micca on there. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Give you an example of what I'm talking about. Let me take this, bring this down, bring this back up. Let's go here. Give me a second. I got a point that I'm going to prove for you guys. Remove that. Bring this here. On his thumbnails, right here, used to be Island Girl Q in the corner right here for about a good 6 months to a year. Remember this? These with the breastises used to be Anton's thumbnails. Remember that? Almost every video, no matter what interview they did, that was Island Girl Q and Anton on there. Once Micca came, all his thumbnails, notice this, had Micca on there. Right here too. See how the game changed? Well, I wish I could find that original image. Let me see if somebody else has it. Now they got letters covering it up. Because you can barely see the hand right there. The hand is right there, but you can barely see it. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Let's see if it's still there on Instagram. Because you can see his hand right there at the bottom part of her waist, right here at the bottom on this photo. I'm just trying to get it to blow up. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Thank you guys for your patience, by the way. I'm just trying to prove a point. We'll do a screenshot and we'll blow up the screenshot. That's what we'll do. Absolutely correct. You called that one, brother. The hand was right there. Save. Now let's blow up the screenshot. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. You made an excellent point, bruh. Want to take this down? Then I'm going to pull up the screenshot. And then I'll hit the super chats. Share screen. Right here. Let me move this over here. Here we go. You see that right there? How his hand is right there on her waist. The photo right here.
There's a gap between it, but
you see that? Let's go back. Give that a second.
Between it.
There we go. You see how the hand is taken away? That brother is 100%. So he had his hand right on the bottom of her waist. And now they took it away. Now they took it away. This is some old boy. They try to play us like we used to. Hey, Anton, once again, if you didn't get that pussy, I woulda. After all this hell you going through, I woulda. After dealing with Corey Holcomb, I woulda. Dealing with these ups and downs of these rumors and your brand, and everybody coming out with the truth about your brand and letting the truth be known that you wasn't rich before YouTube, I woulda. Not meeting her husband and she hiding her husband from you, I woulda. Taking her to basketball games and floor seats and she eating at the best restaurants in Detroit, I'd have hit it. We flying to California, I'd have hit it. I'm flying out first class from DC to Detroit all the time, I'd hit it. My wife didn't care, nigga, I would have hit it. Y'all ain't got to question if Andre would have hit it. I wish y'all would sit up here and try to question. I'm doing all this for a female, and you think I ain't hitting it? You motherfuckers crazy. You evidence. You ain't got to be Scooby-Doo to discover that I was hitting it. Yes. Andre flying this chick from Cartagena every other weekend. She's on the show sitting next to Andre all the time. Is Andre sleeping with her? Hell yeah, I'm sleeping with her. Hell yes. Like I said, you would never see that scenario, but if your ass did, don't you question if Andre getting that pussy. Yes, I would be. Trying to pretend like, no, we're just co-workers. Ain't no way we fucking co-workers. I have fucked many a co-workers in my day, and this would be the latest one if it were me. So Anton, yeah, that was a good call, brother. That was a good call. I didn't even notice that, how they took the hand off. They edited the photo. They edited the damn photo. He said, dude only fly chicks out when they expect to sleep with, period. Absolutely correct. Y'all laughing. I'm serious. Y'all laughing. Y'all better not be questioning like, is Andre cheating on Andrea? Hell yeah, I ain't going through all that and I ain't cheating. Man, listen. I was cheating on my first wife and I was getting pussy for free. If you think I'm gonna have pussy and I'm flying it out and I ain't sleeping with it, shit. Yeah, Christina Anton. Didn't try to meet her husband. Seriously. Absolutely. For real, he ain't bring his neck to the party at all, right? Anton is one of them dudes that do not have a neck, so you can forget about that one. You'll never see him with a necklace because he's necklace. He said, I'm not doing all that for a chick that I'm not hitting shit. For real, that's how I feel. That's what my point is. My point is not cheating on Andre. My point is, if I'm doing all that, y'all ain't got to question if I'm hitting that pussy. Do not question it. And I'm telling y'all on air in front of the world, if I was Anton and I wasn't hitting that coochie and it looked like I was hitting that coochie, I might as well go ahead and hit that coochie. T-Mac said, as long as it is not with a big chick, Dre, we will start a reaction video about you. Deal. My brother says this. Shout out to Casual Jim in the building. He says this. He said, what channel are you reading these comments? He said, what channel are you reading these? What channel? Let me ask you this. Are you on? Which channel are you watching from? That's the question I have for you. Which channel are you watching from? Are you watching from Andre Wallace TV? Let me see where you guys are. Let me go to Andre's channel because we're live on Andre's channel as well. Oh, shout out to you guys. Shout out to all you guys that are watching on Andre's channel. Appreciate you gentlemen over there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys over there. Appreciate you. Yeah, I can see the comments on StreamYard from both channels. So definitely I can see you on here as well. Shout out to you, brother. EMS in the building, man supporting men. Let's go back to the video. You guys made a great point with that photo. They doctored up that photo. That's a damn shame.
But I'm looking at how you have a smile on your face. This is just my perspective. Your eyes look seductive. Just my perspective. And your arm is relaxed on his upper shoulder.
Correct.
And I would never imagine a married woman leaning on a business male partner that way. That to me is inappropriate. Okay. If you were my wife, okay, I would have a serious problem. My problem would be so serious, you would have to probably extinguish your contract with him.
Okay.
Just because, and I will also feel a little uncomfortable that this gentleman obviously did not either push you away or suggest that we shouldn't take this type of picture. I've never met your husband. I fly you out here once or twice. This is this may not be the first time. So which point was this? Not that it matters if it was the third time, the fourth time.
This is the second time.
Oh, goodness. The second time?
This is the second time I'm out there. Not the second time.
So he done flew her out there that we know of at least 2 times, and her husband don't know nothing. What type of husband are you dudes back in the States, man? What type of stateside marriages are going on to where y'all let y'all wives getting flown out? Yeah, he letting her have it. This interview was good. He did not let up. And I think he didn't let up on her. Once again, this guy knows her husband personally. He's met her husband several times. When Micca and this gentleman was on another show together, the husband would be there like in the background every once in a while. So they've been out to lunch together. They've been out to dinner together. So this brother knows her husband, and he's asking these questions as if like, what the f were you thinking, Micca? That's how he's asking, like a friend, like, Micca, what were you thinking? Because if I was your man, and she got an excuse for everything. Now, one time has she taken accountability, as you guys were saying, and said, you know what? I could have handled this whole thing differently. But everything she tries to make it seem like she was innocent, she was naive. She was innocent, she was naive. This whole night we've been watching a woman who's act like she didn't know what flirting was. That's one thing she said. She didn't know what flirting was. She thought it was innocent for Anton to fly her out and not know what the interview was about. We've been listening to this whole night. She didn't know what the interview, my first interview with Anton, what was it about? I don't know. We just talked about everything. Like y'all could have did that on the phone or on a video interview. She playing so innocent, like I didn't know my husband didn't. I don't remember the basketball part. I don't know if I told my husband before we went to the basketball stadium or after we went to the stadium and I was on the floor seats. I don't remember. I don't know how much he pays me. I think he pays me $2,000 or $3,500 a month. Just lying, just lies after lies after lies after lies. No accountability at all. Just the funny part. And you were lying in the face of a dude that knows you in real life. That's probably the craziest part. She's being interviewed by a friend who knows her husband, who knows her for years in real life. You gonna sit in front of a friend's face and tell a bare-faced lie after lie after lie after lie. And then go, like you guys caught, then you gonna doctor up the photo to make it seem like Anton was not holding your waist. Get the f out of here. Get the f out of. Wow.
I'm dealing with Anton.
Okay, so what's the, and it doesn't matter to me, but what's that gap between the first time you're there, he takes you to a business meeting at a basketball game and you guys are sitting on the floor like you are
that we're working together? And it's not like that.
Well, that's not working together.
No, go back to what you just said.
Is that working together?
No, go back to what you just said.
Which part?
It's not that, no, you said a couple.
Well, pick one.
No, you said sitting on the floor like you are a couple.
Yeah, listen, I'm not.
But you're interjecting your own thoughts, especially.
I'm giving you my perspective.
But your perspective is after I told you. So to put something else there.
Okay, I see. That's fair. Okay, so something else on it. I think that's a fair point. I don't want to spin it. What I want to say is messaging, imagery is critical because imagery is messaging.
Correct.
And a lot of times on a jumbotron at a game, we often see couples, whether you're high up or you're on the floor. A lot of times when people are on the floor, you see.
Do you sit at the game?
Do I sit at the game?
Correct.
Yes.
Do you sit at the game on the floor?
I have.
No. Do you all the time?
No.
Okay. All right. So who have you met at these games on the floor?
This is my show, not yours. I'm not answering the questions.
Oh, okay. And the reason is
if I come on your show, then we can get into that.
However, the reason I asked you is to give perspective, right? Yes. Because what I found, okay, because I'm usually in the skybox.
Yes.
When I'm here in DC, I'm in my box. I don't like to be down on the floor. That's not my thing.
Sure.
That's the one thing about Micca that's not attractive, her legs. She's one of those sisters that got bloated legs. I've seen videos of her exercising. She has really big ankles. I'm not, being petty and talking about the sister. Shout out to her. But yeah, you guys aren't just seeing something that's wrong. Yeah, she's one of those women that from the waist up is kind of right, but you can tell, yeah, she's put on weight, but yeah, she does have kind of like muffin. Yeah, it's got the muffin top starting. Say, damn, dude was like the light skin, pretty shit won't work here. Yeah, my man, like I said, I think because he already knows her and she could throw as much bullshit as she wants and he's not going for it because he knows her and she knows her husband. He knows her husband. On the floor, there are family members there.
They are some of those people. A lot of them are like business seats.
Yep.
So anybody from these law firms, offices, are down there on the floor.
Yep.
That I've never known who sits down on the floor because I don't care and I don't sit there, right? But by being there, I found out who was actually down there, family members, business partners, all of that. That's who I met.
Listen,
so hold on.
Yes.
So again, I'm not disputing your perspective as far as people that don't know.
Yeah.
Right? That's fair. But when you are in that world and you are in the know and you know more than just I would say the popular culture of
That's a good call, Will. Everything that she's saying this whole night, she's on survival mode to save her marriage. She's wearing a ring band. Isn't that a first? Absolutely correct. And I went back as I was editing this video tonight, guys. I went back to look at all the times that she may have worn a ring on Instagram. I think maybe once or twice, and none of them were as big as this ring that she has on now. That ring, I haven't seen that ring on any of her Instagrams, on her on a part for her music, her interviews, politics. Never saw that ring on none of them in Instagram. Now she got the ring to make sure y'all see that she's married.
Who might sit down there, right? Because you might see your favorite rapper, things like that. But all those people that are sitting beside the rapper, you absolutely don't know why they're there.
But two married people shouldn't be sitting together without their spouses.
No. Now, see, and here we are again with you going back to something that's not, because you are essentially saying that I cannot do any business dealings with somebody that is in business because that person is married.
No.
Okay, here we go. How many times have we seen two entertainers walking down the street together or speaking to each other at a gala event? In social media, take it as those two are now dating. So we've seen this before, right? We know that perception is everything. If Leonardo DiCaprio single, if he's single, and he's standing in a particular position next to one of the younger actresses that's coming up, does not the media try to take it and spin it? She's being in the industry of entertainment. If we as mere mortals recognize that perception is everything, why is it that she's trying to spin and say, well, it's families on the basketball court? He was right, ma'am. If they would have put the Jumbotron on you and Anton, they would have thought, and everybody who's watching the Piston game would have thought that you were a couple. Why can't you just sit back and say it for what it is? If they would have put y'all on the Jumbotron, would not most people would have thought in that stadium and the people watching on television would have said, kiss her. Why? Because most of us see on the Jumbotron, we think that those people are a couple, and people looking at you would have said that you were a couple. Shout out to my brother that's in Peru right now. Shout out to you, brother. Let's continue on with the video.
What I'm saying is somebody who's never met your husband.
Because if I go out with you or anybody
and
else,
I met your husband.
Okay, but
the former host has met your husband.
We've already talked about that.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is, you're saying because you don't know when you're looking at that picture. You don't know if he met him or not.
I know he hasn't met your husband. When I looked at that picture, and maybe because I have inside knowledge.
Yeah, that's why.
That's why.
So my point is, you don't know.
But I don't have to know to know that that's inappropriate. Let me say this, and maybe you just don't see it. You can't see how this could be construed.
That's not what I said.
Okay, here we go. Name the wife that you know that can lean like that on another man. Could y'all see my wife leaning on another man like that? No. And it still be respectful. What about Michelle Obama? Can you see her leaning on another man like that? Any other famous person that might be married, can you see their wives? Let's be serious. Can you see their wives leaning on another man like that? And remember, they photoshopped it, and the other man is holding Michelle Obama's waist. Can you see that? What about Megan Good? She's about to marry Jonathan, the brother. I forget his last name, right? They're about to get married, right? Can you see Megan Gooden leaning on her ex-husband like that? And the ex-husband has his hand around her waist. Can you see her doing that? Because she's trying to play it like it's innocent. Yeah, Jada in August, and we knew what happened, right? Right. We knew what happened. Not at all. There's no wife that we can think of. Can you see can you see one of the ladies in church leaning on the pastor like that? Can you see one of the wives in the Nation of Islam leaning on one of the FOI brothers in the Nation of Islam like that? Could you see a female wife that's a Sunni Muslim leaning on one of the imams like that? So the Sunni Muslim sisters can't lean on their religious leader, the imam, can't lean on him like that. Our Nation of Islam sisters can't lean on the FOI military brothers in the Nation of Islam like that. My wife can't lean on another man like that. The women in church can't lean on the pastors. Some of the young, sexy, attractive ladies, let's say she's 25 and she in church and she lean on the pastor like that, and the pastor got his hand around her waist like he can't do that. Think, where can a woman get away with that pose with another man? Nowhere. There is nowhere. Micca, there is nowhere. So you're the only woman that can get away with that pose, huh? Don't free Will Smith. Will Smith, if he wanted to be free, he'd have been free. He got the money to be free. The kids are grown. He ain't paying no child support. If Will Smith really wanted to be free, he wanted to be free. Let that man suffer in silence. Let that man suffer in silence.
We just talked.
Okay, so do you see this as being inappropriate?
We just talked about what it can look like imagery-wise.
So let me ask you, forget the imagery. Is this inappropriate to you?
From my perspective, it wasn't, because that's not what I was doing. But I told you, I can understand why people might have thought that.
Okay, so here's some hard questions I really, really need to ask you. First one is, it may not be as hard, but here it is.
Before he goes into his question, shout out to T-Mac with the $10 love on the Cash App, supporting the channel. Once again, Hassani and my man James, shout out to you guys, man, for the love on the Cash App.
Are you going to continue working with Anton?
Well, I do not. Well, I have not been on After Hours since the whole incident happened.
That's not answering my question.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
So I haven't been on After Hours since the incident happened. And I felt that, there were a lot of things that I did not like about everything that went on. So with that, I decided to pull away from the show. So no, I am not.
Here's another very challenging question, but I have to ask you. I just have to ask you. Have you and Anton ever had sex?
No. Hold on. No.
Okay. Any sexual relations?
No. It's always been strictly professional.
No, it has not always been strictly professional, Micca. And that's what this whole problem started with. It has not been strictly professional. Micca, if you and Anton were in a corporation, y'all be in HR right now. I'm gonna say this again. Micca, if you and Anton were in a corporation, both of you would be in HR right now. And you're absolutely correct. She lying her ass off. You're hiding your husband. You're hiding Anton. You got a dude flying you from all over the place. He ain't flying nobody else like that. Everybody else got to sign an NDA, not you. You're making $3,500 a month just to work 32 hours to be on a live stream, and you barely talk on that show. He's got you on every other thumbnail on his show. And you trying to tell us he ain't sniffed that coochie. Micca, you must think we dumb.
I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Okay, we gonna pretend like we believe you, but we not. We could pretend like we believe you, but we aren't. You'd be in HR right now if both of you work for a corporation. We could tell you lying, Micca, several times. Micca, I got something I need to tell you. Do realize, and this for everybody, do realize 85% of communication is non-verbal. 85% of human communication, doesn't matter the country, doesn't matter the race, color, creed, is non-verbal cues. That has nothing to do with tones or anything. Our hand gestures, our bodies, how we sit, how we move, facial expressions. 85%. Micca, we've been reading you all day. Not what you're saying, but with the facial expressions. I've seen you lie with facial expressions a couple times. Dang shame. And and this is the funny part. She gonna ride these lies out until the end of this interview. That's the part. The only part that she didn't lie about on this whole interview is A, her love for Trump, and B, that she kept her husband in the dark on purpose. She ain't lie about that. She ain't lie about her love for Trump. And she said earlier in the interview, and I just kind of cut that out because it was just too much talking about Trump. Not about Trump, but we want to get to the meat of the interview, which we're in. She said, I'm a MAGA Republican. MAGA Republicans are Republicans that if Trump wasn't president, they may not have been voting for a Republican. They only decided to become Republicans because of Trump. She didn't lie about that. That's neither here nor there, but she didn't lie. And when she said she was hiding Anton, and I'm paraphrasing, from her husband, because these men have never communicated to this day. And Anton, once again, after you heard everything she had to say, Anton has yet to call that man and apologize. Bruh, I was the one that flew your wife to California. I didn't know it was gonna go left like that. My bag, I put her in a situation where it could have went crazy. I'm sitting up there on the live stream. I'm ready to fight. I forgot your wife is sitting over there in the corner. My bad, bruh. And the fact that Corey Holcomb called your wife a bitch and he said your wife was my bitch, my bad, bruh. Your wife is not a bitch. She's not mine. He never called that man to this day, to this right now, this minute in which we're speaking. And she never allowed him to be in a situation where he could even call her husband and say, my bad. That's how much she's hiding Anton from her husband and her husband from Anton. He said, you got to watch Micca's micro expressions. She has got good at lying. Absolutely correct. If you sit back, you watch her the reason why I picked up on it because I was up all night editing this, making sure, like I said, this clip was an hour and a half. What we're looking at is like 50 minutes. Because like she took 20 minutes to talk about Trump. So that's we got rid of that part. We're trying to get to the real part. And then in some areas she kept being so repetitive that if she said it once, I just kind of put it in there one time. And she said certain things like 3 or 4 times. So instead of having it in there where you got to hear her over and over again, I just chopped it. So I had to watch her expressions while I'm editing, to where certain things you don't pick up on. Certain things I had to watch because I was editing the video last night after last night's live stream. So when I sit back and I tell you, man, this woman is lying out her teeth. And Anton probably did get that coochie, and if he did, he's a dumbass. I meant that. Yeah, if you turn the volume off, you just see her micro expressions. Absolutely correct. Her mannerisms, in other words. Absolutely. She should be ashamed of her. She should be ashamed of her husband. Not one pic of him, of that dude. Not one. Not a one.
And
you could be professionally sexual.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Well, that's
so
what I'm
again,
asking. Yeah.
It's always been strictly professional. Strictly professional. Like I said, Anton has a persona online.
Okay.
I get his persona online, but personally, Anton hasn't done that to me.
Okay. What happened between him and Corey Holcomb? Because the 5150 show, from what we all saw, you were there with Anton, correct?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see you, but clearly Corey said your name. And I even saw a video that he said Micca can come and do the show.
We got to the studio and
let's back up a little.
Okay.
Again, here's another invitation, correct? It's another invitation from Anton. An invitation.
No. Well, no.
Corey, did Corey invite you?
No. So this is how this rolled out.
Sure.
So Anton decided to put together a podcast tour that he was going to do, and that he's still on, actually, that he was going to go.
It's kind of, I'm sorry. My bad, gentlemen. Sean said this, and I thought about this when I was editing. I kid you not, Sean. That's the only reason I'm pulling it up. When I was editing this video last night, literally what you wrote is what I thought. I just didn't mention it, but since you mentioned it, Sean said, she says, everything is business to her. Prostitution is the oldest profession. If he gave her money for sex, she wouldn't see it as sex. She would see that as business. I thought literally the same thing last night. I thought the same thing last night. I just didn't want to bring it up tonight because I know we're trying to watch the video, but I kid you not, brother. You are not off point. You are not off point at all. Shout out to J3 and Esco in the building.
Go to different locations. Cool. I am the only person on Anton's program that is an actual content creator, not a panelist. I'm an actual content creator. So
why are you the only one?
Whatever you think, that's what you think. But there's other women.
Do you think you look better than his wife?
No, I'm not going to answer that question because that's just ridiculous.
I mean, again, these are things that were sent to me. People have said, "Can you please ask her how she feels?"
Why would I answer that? Why would I subject another woman to answering something that is absolutely insane?
But fair enough. Go ahead.
And it's disrespectful.
And that picture was disrespectful.
But she was.
My man. My man said, "Bitch." And that's disrespectful. You want to talk about being disrespectful, bitch? That picture that you had up there with that man. Why we here today? The reason why we're here, Micca, is disrespectful. Don't be trying to check me about my question being disrespectful, and you sitting your hot ass up there with a fat butterball futon Daniels, and you want to talk about disrespectful. Let me bring that beat back. Shout out to the brother. Shout out to the brother. He said, and that motherfucking photo was disrespectful, bitch.
Things that were sent to me, people have said, "Can you please ask her how she feels?"
Why would I answer that? Why would I subject another woman to answering something that is absolutely insane?
But fair enough. Go ahead.
And it's disrespectful.
And that picture was disrespectful.
But she was there.
She was there at the second one?
Yes.
That second picture?
Yes.
Did she take the picture of you leaning on her husband?
I sent you the video. Why play that?
I'll show that video when she was sitting on his lap.
And what were we doing in the video?
I think I saw you in the back, and maybe y'all were doing a show or something.
Yeah, we were doing an after-hour show.
And he told his wife to come on over and sit down. But
now,
I think you're using
no.
that isolated.
No, that's not.
Okay. Can you fuck somebody in front of your wife's face? Y'all know I got a story for everything. You want to hear it? Here you go. I'm on a cruise ship. I'm married at that time period. Carnival Cruises. Shout out to Carnival, and Carnival wasn't ratchet. Me and my beautiful ex-wife. Ex-wife, right? She was nice. You know when you get on a cruise, you know, and you kind of like mingle the first day, everybody's meeting everybody because you're not going to if you've ever been on a cruise, you're not going to your cabins because your luggage hasn't been separated yet. So while your luggage is getting separated, everybody's kind of like walking through different parts of the ship. Oh, wow, beautiful, beautiful. And you're eating. You're going to eat on the cruise and eat, right? True story. Me, my wife, a couple other couples, we went and we met this other couple of sisters. So we met a few sisters there, but we met this other couple. One was tall, sexy. Another one was kind of like shorter, and they both were married. I'm with my wife. We all hanging out together doing the excursions and this and that. And when they get off the boat, we all hanging the whole trip. We're going to the club. We all clubbing. The whole dude. I was fucking the dog shit out the tall sister. The whole cruise, day one to the last day we left, was fucking her. Once again, she married. I moved down to Florida from Indiana because we're separated at this time. I mean, by the time we separate, we're separated, right? Maybe like 6-7 months. I think a year later, we're separated. I moved back down to Tampa. The tall chick flies down to Tampa from her husband to get some more of this. Don't tell me you can't fuck somebody right in front of your spouse. That person will smile, giggle, go on excursions with. Don't tell me what you can't do. That's the story that I told some of you guys a while back, that the first time I hit it, it was late at night, club night. Wifey had went back from the club. She was, I'm tired. I'm going back to the cabin. Like, you go. We all still partying. Next thing you know, old girl said, I'll meet you upstairs in my cabin. While her roommate, which was the other chick who was married, was still downstairs at the club. I said, cool, bet. I ain't had no condom. I'm like, damn, I need a condom. True story. I told some of you guys this story. I'm on a Carnival cruise going up the elevator. Young brother YN gets on the elevator. True YN. I had to rob him, dog. I had to rob him. YN, I need that. What's up, Unc? I need that condom, dog. Oh, Unc, all I got is one condom, dog. I ain't asking. I ain't asking, YN. We on the elevator. we're on floor number 2. I'm sixth floor. You know, they ain't got too many floors on a cruise ship. I gotta have that, bruh. I gotta have that condom, bruh. You a young head. I know you got a condom in that wallet. Oh man. For you, Unc, there you go, man. Go and handle your business. I say, man, I got one upstairs right now. I need that, man, and I ain't asking. And I was being facetious. I wasn't robbing him. I was being facetious. He started laughing. He was like, you know what, Unc, for you, here you go. And I went upstairs and pulverized that pussy. And she was tall. She was like 6 feet. Pulverized. And she was like, I need for you to come up here and hit this coochie now, because when my girl come up, she's one of them snitch chicks. She said, so if she ain't getting no sex and she find out that I'm getting sex, she gonna snitch on my husband when we get back. She won't tell her husband, but she'll snitch to my husband. So we always had to make sure that my wife wasn't around and her friend, the female, the snitch, wasn't around when I was hitting it. Do not tell. My point is this. Don't tell me that a woman will not be in your wife's face, smiling, giggling, and act like she your wife's friend, and the whole time she's sucking the dog shit out your dick. Don't tell me that it doesn't happen like that. I got female coworkers. Every time my wife came up to the campus, oh, my, she's so sweet, she's so pretty, she's so pretty, she's so sweet, blah, 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 right? The same female coworkers smiling in her face was the same ones I was smashing in the parking lot on lunch break. Don't tell me women don't smile in another woman's face. So for all this that she's pulling up, look at the video of him with his wife. That don't mean a goddamn thing. That don't mean nothing. Andre said that like he's a short dude. I know, right? I know. And she was a 6-footer. Andre, come on now. No, I'm not sticking up. Yeah, I had to stick him up, dog. I did. The East Side Detroit came out. I think that was my last robbery. True stories. Now that I'm thinking about it, I said that's the last time I robbed somebody. Hey, young blur, you got to come out that dog. And he can kind of tell being facetious. I said, man, I got one right up. I said, man, my wifey down there. I said, I got one upstairs before her people come. I said, young YN, I gotta have that, and I ain't asking. And he was like, oh, come on now. All I got is one. I said, you about to go fuck? No. I said, man, well, hey, check that in, dog. Let me get that. For you, I'm gonna go ahead. He opened up his wallet and he pulled out his condom. He was like, damn it. As if he was like, man, I just want to get on the elevator to go to my room, man. I'm getting robbed for a condom. That was my last robbery. True story. I didn't realize it, man. That was my last robbery. I'm used to going, you gotta check that in, dog. Now it was kind of like, he saw my face like I was serious, like, okay, let me get that. Yeah, I know. I didn't think about it. You know, it's 1-2 o'clock in the morning. Everybody leaving the club, you half drunk. And you know, on a cruise ship, where do everybody go after they leave the club? To the top floor for the pizza, for all the pizza up there, right? Because everybody hungry. So the pizza, if you ever been on a cruise, they always had a pizza area open late nights, like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, right? And so in the cafeteria area, so they got pizzas up on pizzas. So instead of going to the pizzas where everybody else were, old girl said, Dre, I'm going to my room now. Come on down. I'm like, damn, I ain't got no condoms. And I'm on the elevator riding up, and I ain't got no condoms. I'm hoping that she might got 1 or 2 condoms with her. And that young YN just stepped on the wrong elevator at the wrong time, at the wrong time with the wrong dude. And that East Side Detroit came. I kid you. That East Side Detroit came out. I was like, dog, I gotta have that. He was like, what you gotta have? He thinking like, I'm about to rob for someone. I said, man, I know you got a condom, man. You a young dude. Oh, Oh, all I got is one. I said, man, I gotta have it, dog. You gotta get it. I said, I'm serious, man. I ain't even asking, bro. He was like, oh, man. And I was like, I said, I'm on my way up now to use it. I said, I ain't trying to get it from you for the mall. I need it now. I'm like J.G. Wentworth. I need my money now. I need my money and I need it now. And little brother just said, for you, Unc. He opened up his wallet. He gave me the con reluctantly. He was laughing. He said, man, he got off the elevator. He was like, man, you better have a good time. I say, bro, good looking out. Good looking out, young brother. Good looking out. Kids, you know, man. I didn't even think about Carnival Cruise having think about it. At this time, I'm married. I ain't supposed to be even thinking about no condoms like that. And I sure can't pack them in my bag. My wife gonna go through my bags. So hey, I had to stick up somebody like I said. Yeah, I did the Debo. I ain't gonna even lie, I did a Debo, man. Oh, it just hit me that was my last robbery. Oh shoot. As many robberies that I've done over my life, man, that was the last one. For a condom. Oh my God, let's go back to the video. We're almost done, gentlemen. We are almost done.
Isolated. That was the entire day. So
no, I mean isolated your history with him.
No.
Okay.
Let me bring it back a little bit.
And what were we doing in the video?
I think I saw you in the back and maybe y'all were doing a show or something.
Yeah, we were doing an after hour show.
And he told his wife to come on over and sit down. But
now,
I think you're using
no.
That isolated.
No, that's not isolated. That was the entire day. So
no, I mean isolated your history with him.
No.
Okay.
That the only one that she has that she wasn't at was the first one at the game. Outside of that, Rita is there. Now, I'm not in charge of her schedule.
And that's even scarier.
She was there the entire time. That's why.
And like I said, my wife was there the entire time. All the excursions, my wife was there the entire time. That's why I told you the story. It wasn't a story to flex about what happened in the past. The past is past, right? I know. The past is past, man. Don't laugh at your boy. Don't laugh at your boy, man. Jesus saved me, bro. I'm a different man now, okay? I'm a different man. But for her to use this excuse, like every time Rita was there, shoot, my wife was there every time. Every time I went to my wife was there. Every time we all went on excursions, going to the gym, my wife was there. Then like I said, we ended up kind of like being this cool group. To where, hey, what y'all doing tomorrow at 3? Hey, we doing this. So they were there. Her friend, my boy, his wife, my wife, and me, and a couple other people. So just because somebody is, she was always there. She wasn't always there. I'm gonna say this again. My wife was always there, but she wasn't always there. She wasn't there when I need to fuck. And I'm not saying that I couldn't sleep with my wife. I'm saying that when I wanted to creep, my wife wasn't there to interrupt the creeping. Same thing with Anton. His wife ain't gonna be there when it's time to creep. Yeah, she gonna be there for all of this and all of that. But when Anton say, here's 10,000 for that pussy, what's up? Huh? 15,000 for that pussy, what's up? This is not a one time. This ain't. Here's what we gonna do. I'm gonna give you this 15. We're gonna go down to the downtown to our offices. We're gonna do what we're gonna do. I know you nasty. Girl, you Latin. I know you nasty. Go ahead, pick that 10,000 up. I ain't asking. Andre, my ass. I need you to whisper Andre in my ear while we doing what we doing. That's what I need you to do. For 10,000, I need you to be whispering my name in my ear. Don't be saying Andre now. Wait till we get downtown. My point is that she has no point that she's making. Just because you're in the wife's face most of the time, you're not in the wife's face all of the time. And that's how it was with that woman on the ship. She was in my wife's face most of the time, but she was not in my wife's face all of the time.
In the video I sent you, she just came on in. She had been sitting there the entire day.
What do you think really set off either Corey or Anton?
At what part?
At any part. You were there, so you may have witnessed or have seen characteristics that could have been combustible
I
and
think
sort
both
of
of them.
inflamed them.
I think both of them set each other off. So
I think Corey
so
said
Corey
kissing white
Corey said
people
kissing white people's
behind. Yeah.
And then Anton said, well, you sucked of black people.
Yes.
And he just didn't like the sucking comment.
Yeah. Now I was disturbed that honestly Corey was that upset. I mean, I get the respectability component.
I thought it was just a bat because you just said, I kissed somebody's butt, so I'm just up in this one. Well, you do this to black people, and a lot of people, use that.
Yeah, but in the urban black community, you can't say to another man, suck something. But I also think Anton had a right to say what he said about you can't tell me that I'm kissing somebody's behind.
Correct. And you can't tell somebody how they feel about the disrespectful comment.
That's correct.
Some people may not feel that, saying you kiss white man's, but if you feel the way Corey feels, then maybe you don't, because you think it's appropriate.
I think Anton handled that so respectfully.
I thought the exchange, was warranted how both of them went, but I didn't think it needed to be elevated to where.
And I say respectfully in the sense that Anton didn't allow it to get physical, because I thought Corey was about to dog him. When if Anton had said one more time what Corey told him not to say, for some reason I thought, wow, he may punch him. But then I was disappointed to see two black men.
I didn't like it.
I didn't like it either.
I didn't like it. One, because there were myself and Darlene and other females in the studio.
Yeah.
So I didn't like that. Especially with men, I think you should be able to handle things cordially.
Why did Corey call you a bitch?
I don't know why he called me one, honestly.
Yeah. Are you going on the show? Will you go?
Am I going on his
Corey
show? No, not to my knowledge.
But I think publicly he said Micca could come. If Corey invited you to 5051, will you show up?
Probably not.
What is it that you want people to walk away with today? What truth do you want people to walk away with? And what more do you want to say about all of what we discussed today?
There are lessons. There are...
Oh, this is good. I love lessons. What's the lesson that you extracted from this experience? Because your life was speaking to you. Do you understand that?
I learned a valuable lesson. Outside of your wordsmithing, outside of your wordsmithing, I do think it is important for your spouse to meet everybody. Right?
Thank God we made progress.
Oh no! I wasn't ever, not agreeing with you.
Sure.
I just still wanted you to understand that there wasn't anything nefarious there.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the video. That's basically the end of what she stated regarding her and Anton and Corey, and most importantly, her husband. Once again, I'm going to emphasize this episode, on at least on this channel, was talking about the fact that she was so disrespectful to her husband, the husband that this gentleman who was interviewing her has had lunch with, who's been in the studio of their other show when she was doing another show. This guy who was interviewing her was a co-host who had met her husband in the studio behind the scenes. So to sit back and act as if, yeah, I know, right? He said this is you know what makes it so funny, it does come across like that. Shout out to the brother though. He asked some good questions. That's a good joke right there, AMSM. Is this the T-Move Travis Smiley? Inquiring minds want to know. So yeah. The question is just we know that, yeah, about the T-Move, but we could tell that she was lying, hiding. We won't know the truth about her and Anton. I think the biggest truth that we get from her and Anton is that she's done effing with him. Because from looking at her Instagram, looks like the sister has worked hard to build the brand that she has. And I think that she was looking to build on top of that brand when it came to politics. And Anton is over 1 million subscribers when it comes to politics. And so she was looking to build on that and ride that wave to build another stream of income, which is great. But then it backfired. One of the things that caused it to backfire was this. She purposely kept her husband out of the loop. And that's why she ended it with the lesson of saying, make sure that the person who you're with, your husband or wife, knows about this scenario. Just think about it. Let's be honest. If you guys fly your girlfriend or significant other, allow her to fly to another city, something happens. Do you know the only two things that you have is her cell phone and the hotel's location? That's it. I mean, let's be honest. And maybe her flight number's back. I'm going to say this again. If your wife or girlfriend or lady friend is in a scenario like that, she didn't even realize the safety factor of going to Detroit. If you didn't tell your husband who Anton is, where you're going to be meeting, the fact that you told your husband, you don't know if it was before or after about going to the basketball game. Either way, the safety factor of being in a strange city as a woman, as my woman, and all I have is your cell phone number, which can be stolen if something happens to you. The hotel that you told me that you're going to be in, that's not the police, that's just a hotel. I could call a hotel and say she's not, they could say she's not here right now. That's it. And the fact that all I know is that you went to go see this Anton guy from YouTube. That's it. You know how dangerous that is? And then you went back, and then you went back, and then you went back. You know how dangerous that is? Husbands, boyfriends, guys, when we are dealing with women in other countries, if you're serious about her, one of the things that you're going to have to learn to do, if you're serious about her, and I'm serious, we are going to have to learn to help women protect themselves from themselves. All of this would have been alleviated. None of this would have happened to Micca. She could still been doing her thing in DC and beyond. She's got music videos. I was looking at her Instagram. She's got like real music videos, professional, really good. If her husband would have been in the loop, like she just said, I wish I would have had my husband in the loop, none of this would have taken place. Because 9 times out of 10, he would have said, no, either I'm going or no, you cannot go. I don't think this is going to be good. That's serious. That's serious. So it is what it is. And at the end of the day, I hope that she does learn and don't fall into the trap of another Anton. Seriously. Yeah, she's just average. And they share the bills. When she ain't around, becomes a player. Could be a scenario like that. That could be true, gentlemen. Shout out to Chaos Reigns in the building. He said there are content creators showing Micca's. There are content creators showing Micca's husband. I can believe that. I can believe that. So much is coming out, but if I come across it, cool. If I don't, cool. You know, this is a one and done. I probably chop this video up and drop it on Andrea's channel as Andrea's channel grows. Once again, we appreciate the fact that you guys subscribe to Andrea's channel. But other than that, I'm done with this situation with Anton and Corey. Corey just digging holes for himself by attacking everybody, attacking Darlene as co-host as far as her not supporting him. It's just crazy, man. Andrea is going to be doing a live stream with you guys Sunday. I'll be here Friday. I want to take tomorrow off. But Sunday, Andrea is going to do a live stream on the topic of witchcraft and love spells in the Latin community. A lot of you guys don't realize that there are women out there that are serious when it comes to pay for play and using using witchcraft and love spells on their clients to keep you guys coming back, especially here in Colombia, especially in DR, especially in Brazil. They have no problem using witchcraft to keep you guys coming back as repeat customers in the pay for play world. And when it comes to falling in love, a lot of women use witchcraft here in Colombia, Brazil, and DR to make you fall madly in their eyes, even though you don't believe in it or not. In their eyes, they believe that you're going to fall in love with them, whether you believe it or not. So we're going to talk about why these women do this. Andrew's going to have 10 reasons why these women are doing this to you men, whether you're just a regular customer or whether you're somebody that she's trying to convince to fall in love with her and maybe even take her to the States. Dre speaking for myself, he said, a few brothers, we are not protecting these women for real who won't take our advice. That's a good point, or direction. They will already, you say they will be all right. They tough, right? Absolutely correct. They're going to be all right. Like I always say, they'll be fine once the swelling go down. They'll be fine once the swelling goes down. That show will be this Sunday. Like I said, I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here on Friday. I'm taking tomorrow off. I'll be here Friday. And Andrea will be here Sunday, and she'll be talking that witchcraft episode. Kid you not, man, it's crazy. And they are serious, bruh, in South America. They are serious with the roots. I think Andrea calls it a job in Cuba. When we were in Cuba, the guy took us around, the brother took us around to where they sacrificed the animals. Because we were wondering why there were so many bones around. And we were seeing so many I don't know if it's condors over there or some type of vulture type of animal. And those animals fly through the trees. And we were like, why these big birds are flying through the trees? And they were like, these birds are the one that, like, once we leave the dead animal there, and these birds come and clean the carcasses. And so he took us to where they do sacrifices in Cuba. Yep. And it was just nonchalant, just part of the and there's, mind you, I'm not talking about African religion. There's a difference between African religion, voodoo. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about women that are actually using certain spirits that they believe that will cause you to fall in love with them to where you becoming a repeat customer when it comes to pay for play. We're talking about certain women that believe that if I get you to fall in love with me, you'll take me to America. Those type of women. And they are, or women that's like, you left me for her. I'm gonna put a curse on her, and then I'll have a root, and they'll pay, dude. They will pay too much wages to put a curse on your life in their eyes. Now, like I said, whether you believe it or not, that's you. But they believe here in South America and in Central America, if I pray to this guy and put this candle right here and let this incense burn, in 3 days, you go come knocking on the door. And dude, there are stories of men saying, dude, I was with a toxic chick, but I do not know how I couldn't get away from her. And found out she did this. I forgot what they call them down here. If there are songs about, some of my favorite salsa songs talk about the witches. Some of my favorite songs, man. Then I started doing homework on this. And come to find out these songs got the bruja. That's what witches are in the Latin community. The brujas. I'm like, what the? Yeah, man, they are serious about, yeah. My man JK said with the $10 love. Shout out to you, brother. He said, hold up. Anton been on stream saying that he would show husbands how to treat their wife. How the hell he gonna do that? Yeah, no comment on that one. Shout out to you. No, that's crazy. That's madness. And some simps out there will pay. No, they don't do the voodoo, but they do. I can't, bruh. There are things that we take for granted in North America that we don't think about in South America. For example, when we saw Will Ferrell praying to baby Jesus in the movie when he was a race car driver, we all laughed. Ha 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 ha! That's funny, dear baby Jesus, and we laughing, right? We had never heard of somebody praying to baby Jesus. In South America, that's Santa Claus, and in Central America. See, we Santa Claus, grown man bringing gifts, grown white man breaking in houses, right? Central America, South America, they'll put up Santa Claus, but in reality, Andrea, mom, and grandma and all them, baby Jesus bring you your Christmas gifts. That's who bring your Christmas. I kid you not. Yep. The brujas. Yep. Brujas. Yep. T-Mac. I knew T-Mac was gonna get it. Is a witch. Absolutely correct. We might talk about this on just a little bit on Friday. Yeah, man. They believe in elves in South America. I mean, they're serious about that one. They believe in elves, like in they believe in pixies, like Disney pixie. You know, when she flying around with the pixies, they really believe in pixies. Dude, it's stuff that we kind of like take for granted in the States. We see it in the Disney movie and blah, blah, but other countries believe in certain things. Yeah. They're serious about pixies. So when it comes to when it comes to the dark magics, the love spells, witches, and hiring a witch or warlock, male witch, they are serious here in South America and Central America. If you're with a Latina, you might want to check out her religious affiliation, because they will go to one, bro. They will literally go to a witch. I love him. I want him to love me. And they will literally go to a witch. Okay. All right. Let's do this real quick. Give me 10 minutes of your time, guys. Just give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna take this video down, remove. Just give me 10 minutes of your time. I'm gonna show you something. You know I'm a receipts type dude. Just give me 10 minutes. We're here tonight anyway. Here we go.
I met a friend a couple of years ago. Me and her no longer friends because I cut her the fuck off. She won't fuck the shit out of you behind closed doors. So I had
this is not the one I'm looking for. This is not the one I'm looking for. Let me remove this. Like I said, give me 10 minutes of your time, guys, because I'm gonna show you down here. Yep, that's correct, T-Mac. Here we go.
Memory of being exposed to witchcraft. So my family, before we moved to Spain, we were really poor, and my great grandmother, so she used to
Colombian woman talking about before her family moved to Spain.
be a medium. She used to channel spirits and speak to the dead. They used to say that she used to be the shaman of the village, so a lot of people used to go to her for like healings and things like that. And I remember that was kind of like the first experience that I had with any type of ritual or any type of witchcraft. I was really young, maybe like 2 or 3, and my great grandmother took me to a place with a man, and they put me inside of a ring of fire, and I could remember seeing myself inside of this circle of fire, and they were doing something or just speaking something upon me, both of them, and they were throwing like plants. It was like some sort of ritual. I believe it was some sort of like initiation, and it was from that moment that I realized the spiritual realm was real, because my spiritual senses got activated and I started to have encounters with demons and then angels, and I was seeing all of this crazy stuff as a young girl, and that became like just part of my daily routine.
I enjoyed working for Satan's kingdom.
Hey, before we go any further, the sister, this is an Afro-Colombian sister, even though her English is excellent. She was part of the Colombian drug cartel, practiced Santeria until God blinded her like Paul. And she's going to tell how deep she was in the drug game. And I'm going to say something else to you guys that you guys didn't know. Here in Colombia, witchcraft is so important and powerful and serious that even the military, I want to say this again, even the Colombian military allow witches and warlocks to pray over them, do cantinations and all type of crazy stuff over the military. Over the military. The dude, it's on Netflix. I forget the name of the story of the 5 kids that came up missing here in Colombia. An airplane crashed a few years back. Netflix is on Netflix. They did a documentary on it. Amazing documentary. The only survivors of that plane crash in the middle of the Amazon jungle were 5 kids. Like I said, it's on Netflix right now. Those 5 kids survived in the most dangerous jungle in the world. Couldn't be found. The military went out there, couldn't find them. Professional searchers couldn't find them. It was their last time going out there, and a couple of the guys that were born and raised in the Amazon used witchcraft that they were raised on in the Amazon. One dude was like the top shaman of their group. He did some witchcraft. True story. It's on Amazon. I'm telling you, I'm literally, it's on Netflix. I'm literally telling y'all as they're interviewing him from the documentary that's on Netflix. He says, I forgot what he did. I think either smoked something or did something. He said, and the first day the spirits didn't tell me where the girls were. Second day, the spirits didn't tell me where the girls were. He said the third day, the spirits told me, go here, go there, make a left. The girls and the two boys are waiting right there. One of them was a baby. You know how loud a baby is. They're in the middle of the Amazon jungle. The oldest child, I believe, was like 10 or 12 years old out of all 5 children. She said the little girl, once they interviewed her, she said, we were so hungry, so stressed. She said, I was one night when my brothers and sisters were sleeping. She said, I was so tempted to get up and walk away and leave them right there while they were sleeping. She said, but I just couldn't do it. That shaman, he smoked that, whatever it was, that Amazon weed. You know, I'm paraphrasing. One last day, the spirits told him, go here, go there, make a left. Those kids are waiting right there. He said, all of us, the whole group went. We couldn't find them kids anywhere in that area. He said, and this was an area that we had already searched. So we're like, and the military had already searched this area. And it's deep, deep in the Amazon jungle where this plane crashed. The brother said, the guy who was, like I said, the last group were guys that were raised in the Amazon. So they knew the Amazon. Said they turned to walk back up the hill. They were done. Nobody's going to come. The kids must be dead. Said we turned to walk back up the hill, and on the left-hand side, you could hear the baby crying. And we turned around, and not even 100 yards away were the kids, and they were able to rescue the kids. That's how much they use magic, spells, and witches in South and Central America. What we might not believe in, they don't give a damn. And I'm telling you, these Colombian women, when they want you, they have no problem with taking some of the money that you give them when you come down and going to a witch doctor or a shaman and getting a spell put on you. It's part of the makeup of the Latin community. It doesn't matter if you're going to Puerto Rico. It doesn't matter if you're going to DR. It doesn't matter if you go. It's part of the makeup of the Latin community. And in Europe, I found Europe does the exact same thing. Same thing. You know they do it in Africa, so let's not even talk about that. They're serious about it. So this woman's going to tell her story about when she was part of the Colombian drug cartel and how she was a high-ranking person in it and how she was using those same mystical methods. Let's go down to my man AMSM. He says this. He said, I've learned that some people use witchcraft for good and some use it for evil. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Let's go back over here. Shout out to all.
Also being involved with Santeria and the drug industry, they go hand in hand. They do go hand in hand. And so I enjoyed doing what I was doing. My conversion came about in the midst of a global distribution transaction. Leaving from one country, coming into this country. I hadn't made it in this country, and it came through Miami. And I remember driving a car, we separated, driving a car, heading to Northdale, Florida, Northdale, Tampa. And I'm coming down, driving through Alligator Alley, and I noticed the lights. I was not able to see anything on the road, and so I didn't know what was happening to me. I remember a policeman knocking on my window of the car, and I was hearing it far away, and the police was saying, ma'am, are you okay? The people inside, I had parked the car at a McDonald's, didn't know how I got it.
Because I'm Latina, that I'm gonna do black magic. I'm tired of it. To keep it up, motherfucker, I'm gonna go to a fucking botanica. I'm gonna find a motherfucking witch. Keep it up. I'm dead ass. Keep playing with me. I'm gonna give him a fucking photo of you, pendejo. I'm gonna give him one. I'm gonna give him your fucking name, your birthday. Keep fucking playing with me, the time you was born. Keep playing. You keep calling me a fucking bruja. Don't worry, I'm gonna be a fucking brujita. Then they're gonna write your motherfucking name on a motherfucking candle. We're gonna light that shit up. Motherfucker, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Keep calling me a bruja. I swear to God, I'm gonna be a fucking bruja. And then we're gonna take your picture. We're gonna put some fucking cinnamon and honey on that bitch. And a little bit of cologne. Perfume, actually. So I can drive you crazy for the rest of your life, pendejo. Keep playing fucking with me. Keep playing with me. I'm not a bruja. I don't like that witchcraft. But keep playing. You keep calling me when you're gonna get me mad. You're gonna wake the spirits up. Keep fucking playing with me, pendejo. I'm gonna show you who the real bruja is. Keep fucking playing.
What is a brujo, and why are they so dangerous? Let's talk about it. So brujo or bruja is a Spanish word for sorcerer, but really it's more like a witch. So the first thing you need to understand about brujos is that they are a major part of Latino culture. And more importantly, most Latinos agree that they exist and their power is real. So like with every magic across the world, A, it stems from science, and B, there's good and bad.
Amen, Sean. Amen.
The thing about brujeria is that it's not actually one magic, it's the combination of several other magics. There's the Naguals, which were indigenous magic users. There's occult magic that the Catholics brought with them. African slaves brought divinators and shamans. And if that wasn't enough, Filipinos, who have been in Latin America for nearly 500 years, brought with them an assortment of magics, which includes 1,000-year-old magical practices from the...
That's another thing that people don't kind of take for granted. We don't talk enough about the Philippine continent or citizens here in South America. Filipinos have been in South America for over 500 years. He's absolutely correct. And we need to hit that topic someday. So yes, sir.
Middle East. Now, brujos exist to this day. They are still widely feared and widely respected. The funny thing is, though, that a lot of Latinos to this day practice brujeria, and they don't even realize it. If you capture moon water, or cleanse your house, or hell, even stop the evil eye, that's brujeria. So what is a brujo? Well, it's like asking what is a Latino. It can mean a whole bunch of things to a whole bunch of different people. Thank you so much for watching the video. I hope you learned a thing or two. Please like and follow. Have a magical day, and please don't cast the evil eye on me. Just not today. Thank you.
Hello. Hey. ¿Qué pasó, mi amor? Pues I just came from reading my cards. Ah, ya vas a comenzar. Cállate los hocico and fucking listen. I just came from reading my fucking cards y me dijo la bruja que me andas poniendo el pinche cuerno con una pinche morena. ¿A cuál pinche morena? And the first bitch that popped into my fucking mind was Marina. She's my fucking cousin, Diana. What's wrong with you? I don't give a fuck if she's your cousin, Juan. I don't give a fuck if she's your cousin, but I saw the way you guys were fucking dancing bachata y a la pinche prima se le arrima y pendeja no me vas a hacer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You are fucking crazy. I am not fucking crazy. I am not fucking...
When you break up with a Latina, but she starts doing bruja or brujeria on you. And that's very common. That's very, very common here. And like let's go here for a second for a split commercial break. I am not trying to get you guys to believe that I believe in this. I'm a Christian. I believe in the Lord, blood of Jesus Christ. Right? I stand on it. Some of my brothers are Islamic. You stand on the beliefs. of what God can do for you. Some of my brothers are Sunni Muslims, Shiite Muslims. Some of you guys are Buddhists. Some of you guys are spiritual. I am informing you, and Andrea are just informing. We're not saying whether what's real or what's not. We're saying that this exists if you're going to date in the Latin community. It's one thing to get on a plane and you just going to Cartagena and having sex with a bunch of chicks. That's cool. This channel is not dedicated to you anyway. I'm gonna say that again. There's nothing wrong with being Mr. Pay for Play, but we're not a pay for play channel. There's too many of them out there that you can enjoy, right? So what we do here is trying to kind of like talk to the guys that might want to come and be with Latin women in DR, Mexico, anywhere else, and you're serious about the Latin woman that you want to be with, right? So that's why our channel exists. So I'm only talking about this on an informative, from an informative perspective, not whether we believe it or practice it or things like that. My wife doesn't practice it. None of her family practices it. But the conversations do run through the family. This medium said this. This medium said that. So yeah, I do hear this type of conversations in Andrea's family when we're talking. And it's just like, to them, it's like nothing. To talk about witches and warlocks and love spells. Bruh, you might as well be talking about football here in South America. That's how common it is. It's nothing that's like, ooh, it's spooky. To them, it is what it is. Yeah, they take it that serious. It's a part of the, it's dude, you cannot be in the Latin community and dating Latins and think that that's not happening. Whether you believe it or not, this is what they believe. This is part of the, it's not about voodoo or this and that. You know, they try to sell us in the States about Haitians and voodoo and this and that. No. All of this is a mixture, like he said, it's a mixture of different type of witch practices, from the indigenous in the Amazon to the Africans that came here through slavery to, like they say, even the Catholic Church brought some type of beliefs, and they blended it all in. So what if we don't believe in it? That's cool. I'm just letting you know that it exists. That's all I'm talking about. So don't think that we're like, you guys must believe. No, we don't. This is a Christian house. Like in the words of Moses, as for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. But we're not naive, and I'm not naive enough to not to let you guys know that if you're dating a Latina, doesn't matter where she's from, 9 times out of 10, what we're talking about tonight, right now, for the next few minutes, will impact what you hear. My brother AMSM says that, he said, most of us men have slept with a woman who practices a craft and didn't even know it. Absolutely correct. It just didn't affect you because you didn't protect yourself. I mean, because you're protected. Absolutely correct. I give another example. We grew up with the same, we called it superstition. My mother used to always say, get that hat off the bed. Don't sweep my foot with that broom. If we're walking and it's a fire hydrant, my mother would make us go back around the fire hydrant. Don't split each other. If it's a pole or a pillar, my mother would see, if we are split between 2 people walking, we just split around the pillar, my mother would be like, y'all go back around that. The same thing. So if you think that superstition in the Black South was not the same type of witchcraft, it was. We just called it superstition. The 4-leaf clover, superstition. The rabbit foot in the 70s, superstition. A lot of us got superstitious mothers and fathers and grandmamas to this day. It was the same thing. I didn't believe. Dude, I keep my hat on a bed or wherever I want to keep it. I was never superstitious like my mom was. If your hand itching, that means money coming. If you drop a dish rag on the floor, that means that you got company coming. All these were the exact same thing that Latin community did or does, and we have our own version. Theo says this. Shout to Theo. How did I know this was coming? The brujeria, or brujeria, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Brujeria. Good idea for the class. Take notes, gentlemen. Take notes. Shout out to Theo being in the building. He said, Dre, literally in America, he said, I know two women who are Wiccans, and they use their menstrual cycle to create blood magic. And I can agree with that. Yep, the Creoles have roots in voodoo in Louisiana. So we can't sit back and act like, oh man, I can't believe this.
Get out of my head! Get out of my head!
Burn the witch! Burn the witch! Burn!
I know a spell to summon big booty Latinas!
Release the witch! Release the witch!
Let's talk about magic in Latin American culture, because it's unlike anything else in the entire world. Because of the European colonizers that came here, because of the African slaves they brought over here, because of the indigenous people who already lived here, there is magics and combinations of magic you will never find anywhere else in the world. So not only do these people practice the magic they brought over, but they combine the magics together in a very unique way. For instance, Santeria, it's a faith that combines both African and European influences. But the most interesting of magic, in my opinion, is the brujos and brujas y brujexes who lived there, the actual original magic users, who didn't have a name before Spain came to them. They were just called sorcerers. One of the most interesting things I find about brujos and brujas is that there is no faith based around it. There is no book you follow. It's a magic that you have to learn. And that magic is good and evil, and you use it however way you see.
It's been a long time since I talked about some spooky stuff on here, so I thought I'd talk about the witches of war in Colombia. Now, some people may not think what I'm about to say is true, but it is. For many, many years, guerrilla groups, paramilitary groups, soldiers have used black magic and witchcraft as a tool of war in Colombia.
True.
These types of practices are very common within paramilitary and guerrilla groups, especially those located in the jungles in the eastern plains or in remote areas where supernatural
just like I said that documentary that's on Netflix about those missing kids. Did I not say that they use black magic to save those kids? It's on the documentary.
Things are very real. What happens is that these groups or individuals will seek out a well-known witch or practitioner in the area and force them or hire them to cast protection spells over them. And other things as well. But what exactly do these protection spells do? So my grandmother, who I never met, was a very well-known witch or bruja here in Medellin, Colombia. And one day my grandmother was forced to become one of these practitioners for a guerrilla group. My dad told me that once these groups and individuals had protection spells put on them, not one bullet could kill them. He told me bullets would bounce off people's bodies. People would become invisible in the jungle so their enemy couldn't see them. He would tell them the other enemy's plans or where they were located at the current time. Now, when I say witches of war, I don't just mean for these bad groups. I also mean that they were used for the families who were affected by guerrillas and paramilitaries. Many relatives of people who were kidnapped would hire witches to help find them.
Did I not say that with that documentary? That same documentary of those kids that were missing when that airplane crashed in the middle of the Amazon jungle. And this was recent years. This wasn't like 30, 40 years ago. This was like within the last 10 years this happened. That plane went down in the middle of Amazon jungle. The only survivors were 5 little kids. All of them were under the age of 10 or 12. And the youngest was a baby. They were the only ones that survived. And the Colombian people, the military, and the guys that were born and raised in the Amazon, how they found those kids, And they showed it. They literally showed them doing it. In regards to they use black magic to find those kids. So they really believe in it. And like she said, the military that's closer to the jungles, they really believe it. You say it was 4 or 5 years ago? Yeah, it was very recent. Thank you, brother. Chalupe being in the building. Yeah, let's continue on.
Or to maybe put a curse on the group that took their child. There's a story in El Choco where a paramilitary leader killed a child, and so a witch in the area used a spell to dry up his arm in which he used to shoot with. So my question to y'all is, do you believe in these stories?
Let me tell you something. Some of these women are so obsessed with a man, they want to put witchcraft on him. They do a love spell. They want him obsessed with them, right? Once you put that love spell on that man, and now he obsessed with you, guess what? Your ass might end up unalive. I don't care what. I don't want damn motherfucker that bad. You walk around here putting...
This and women like these are walking around Colombia in the name of pay for play too. In the name of pay for play too.
Witchcraft on somebody to make them want me. If I had to make a motherfucker want me, I don't want them. I don't understand who the fuck would even do that. Sometimes y'all be hearing about some of these women getting unalive. I hate to say it, somebody gonna get mad. Some of that be because they done put voodoo on that man. And now he is really obsessed with them. She tired on, she ready for her relationship to be over with now for whatever reason. And now he can't take it. Cause he gone crazy literally by her. Cause she did it. Man, let me tell you something. Ain't that much love in the fucking world. You gotta love yourself first. If I got to put, and I'm gonna tell you ways too in my next video, how they put the love spell on the man. You gotta be surprised what people will do to keep them a man. Stay tuned.
Technically, love spells, you're manipulating someone's free will. However, if there's no real love there, there's no real seed to work with. I'm not one of these witches that are like full of shit, like, oh, you know, I'm gonna have him under mind control. That's not realistic. It's not feasible. There are rules. You have to act a certain way. You can't get a love spell on a random, like,
person who doesn't know you. Like on a celebrity.
No. And it's that people have asked me, and I'm like, somebody asked me the other day, can you make me younger, and can you make me have knowledge that I don't have to study? I'm like, are you taking the piss? Like, are you fucking with me? Excuse my language. Like, are you messing with me? I won't. I tell people, like, if you're expecting unrealistic.
Hey, Theo, a lot of people don't know about them. A lot of people don't know about the bad little people. We don't have that belief in the States. I know exactly what you're talking about. Exactly.
You know.
So would it be more like, oh, if you're about to get a divorce,
yeah, and you're trying
and
to
you want to stay
marriage
together, then you'll do something? Does it work?
Yeah, 80% of the time, yeah.
So what is it? How does it work?
So basically, like, depending on the situation, every situation is different. So if it's a reconciliation, like if there's a breakup, you do reconciliation. If it's a binding, like if you're trying to keep your marriage, you know, then that would be a binding.
How can somebody recognize that they might be dating a witch?
One of the most predominant sign that a person or a woman is a witch, because this is common with every witch, but it's at different levels. It's a control.
We finished off the Anton video. We were just kind of like looking at this a little bit because Andre will be talking about this topic on Sunday of the why. So we're looking at just a little bit of that it exists as far as the belief. Now, we don't believe it, but we have to, if we're going to date Latin women, I'll say this again, if you're going to date Latin women and women from other countries, including many countries in Southeast Asia, you're going to have to at least know that this is a part of dating Latin women. And I'm serious. This no joke, man. If you date Latin women, you're going to hear these type of stories all the time. I mean, all the time. See, some of you do just come down here, you smash a Latina and you go. But when you're living in these Latin countries, this is like par for the course. They talk about dark spirits like we talk about Jesus or Islam. It's just, it is what it is. I kid you not. If you're going to be dating in the Latin community, go ahead, try to pretend like you're going to date in the Latin community and you ain't never heard nothing about this. And I'm not talking about Latin community overseas only. In the States. Okay.
Controlling spirit. A controlling spirit where they have, now some can be very outward about it, then there are those who are very subtle. For example, subtle in the way that while they may not be vocal and loud, they could refrain some services that they once offered you. In the case of a relationship, refrain sex or stuff like that. But the idea is to bend you. I think if someone wanted to know an in-depth understanding of this, study the life of Jezebel. Study the life of Jezebel.
So good.
It'll give you all of the traits, all of what to look for. The second thing is, a witch, if you're involved with a witch, they love to isolate you. So all of a sudden, they can keep their friends, but you got to get rid of yours. They don't want you to go anywhere. Why don't you stay home with me? Why you always have to go out? Piece by piece, they're dismantling things that mean anything to you. So all of a sudden, you turn against your mother, your friends. You don't associate with them no more. Why? Because they need to get you in the corner to program you. So everything that you do now has to go through the witch.
And is it a difference between men, like male and female witches?
No.
Is it all the same?
It's all the same. Because there's a spirit of witchcraft upon them. Just like a lying spirit. Every one of us have a lie in our family. Right.
True.
If we see them from a mile, look at this liar coming. right.
And if you ain't got one, you the liar.
Right. See, because at the end of the day, they're all spirits. And once that spirit is upon you, then it now conforms you to behave like it had everybody else that was under its spell to behave. So a controlling spirit, a spirit that isolates people from their family, loved ones, and so on. Let me put it this way. Maybe the general public will get it better. A narcissist, to sum it up in everything. To me, a narcissist is the epitome of the devil.
Absolutely.
Word of advice for these men. Stop hurting these women because you don't know who you're dealing with. Are there secret witches out there? Like a man could be dating this woman or dealing with a woman and it's possible that he may not know that she practices. Did any of the guys that you knew that you practice witchcraft?
No. And that's the thing. It is so easy to date a witch, especially with online dating. And a lot of people be doing, meeting up. That person, it probably have a whole altar, which I had. Going out on dates. Don't know really what this person's really about. Especially when they wear, especially rings and crystals. That's already a first symbol of any kind of witch. Certain crystals that you will wear. So it's protection. Always open up your third eye with that person so you can see what you're about to encounter, what type of energy you're about to go into.
You gonna date that guy? Huh? You gonna let that guy Alakazam in your mouth? A little hocus pocus in your pussy? I don't think so. No matter how fucking nice his cloak is.
That's what I was saying about Cuba. That's where they took us to, where they sacrificed the brother, because he that's part of his religion. So the brother was telling us, and he just part of the tour. In Cuba, he took us to right off the river, right where they sacrificed the animals, the goats and chickens and all type of stuff. And he was like, "This was what happens," and he was cordial. He was a really cool dude, man. He just giving us a rundown of how they do it, and I was like, "Okay."
And I know you haven't, because that's not vegan, okay?
Incense is a very powerful tool in use in spell work, especially the love spells, money spells, as well as spiritual development, spiritual cleansings, etc. If you don't know how to burn charcoal incense as you're watching in this video, it's definitely a skill you'll want to learn. I have a video on how to do so, I believe, here in my account. Charcoal incense is definitely better and stronger than incense sticks, cone incense, etc. But something is always better than nothing. So you can definitely use incense sticks if you can't.
I burn incense because I like the smell. I ain't gonna even sit up here and hold you. I ain't thinking about no And that's the difference. And I just literally burned a charcoal while we were on the live stream tonight. I actually, behind me, I had burning a charcoal on my, well, I don't know if you guys can see this. This was a gift from one of you brothers. Let me show it to you. Kid you not. The little cauldron, if you will. And I put that little incense off in there. And like I said, I had a piece of charcoal incense in there. You can't see that now. There's nothing left. But I put this in here, put the incense on top. Right here, this little top has holes in it where the scent goes through. And this has the little turn it on, turn it off, like little button. And you let it dictate how hot or how cool you want it to be. And a lot of times I just have incense burning behind me. That's for the scent, because I like, and he brings me like Arabic scents. So it's called Mason de Orient. So he brings me Orient scents, right? A box of Orient scents. And some of them come in different, each packet, like it comes like a box full of like 50 of these. Each packet has little wood chips that have different Middle Eastern oud. Basically, I like it because it's all oud scents from the Middle East. And so this is really, really cool, right? But I'm not sitting up here doing no spiritual, magical, mystical, bibbity bobbity boo, I just like the smell of the incense. So my point in saying that is it's your beliefs that dictate what's going to happen, not necessarily because you burn incense or anything else.
Use charcoal incense. It creates a lot of smoke. Here I'm burning frankincense. There are a variety of incenses as well as dried herbs that you can burn on charcoal incense. There are different grouping of dried herbs that you can burn together to enhance whatever it is that you're doing. As always, like, comment, follow for more. Share so we can help more people. If you need my help, my link is in bio. Highly consider adding this to your practice. Stay blessed.
There's nobody safe from brujeria. Even when you're minding your business and don't believe in brujeria, it can find you. Story time, people. I had an individual call me. It was a female. And this female said she needed help. I said, okay, let me see if I can help you. What did you need? This female told me that she's interested in a guy, but the guy is in a relationship. And she wants to do a trabajo.
That's very, very common in the Latin community. Very common. Women will try to get guys or ladies like him to cast a spell on either your girlfriend or your wife, to have something happen to her, or cast a spell on you to get you to fall in love and leave your wife or girlfriend. That one I hear about all the time here in Colombia.
A brujeria, some kind of spiritual work to separate them two, the man from the girl. Then she want me to do a trabajo to tie the man to her. So in other words, she want me to separate that couple, and then that man, she want me to tie it into her. And I said, wow, look how this world works. You could be in a beautiful relationship with your significant other. You might not even follow a spiritual lifestyle, okay? You're over here working, providing for your family, you and your significant other. One day, out of nowhere, you and your significant others just start going at each other, turmoil, start disliking each other. Start not wanting to be around each other. Then you start taking you off for each other. And y'all sitting there saying, yo, where this come from? We were never like this. We always have love. We always got along. And where it's coming from? Then more of a sudden, things get so bad that y'all find yourself breaking up and splitting up.
Yeah.
And you think it was just life. You know what? It just didn't work me and that person just didn't work. We grew out of each other. That wasn't true. Somebody did a brujeria on you and you didn't even know. We're living in times where people do evil things just to get their ways. But you see how foul that is? You could be in a relationship in love with somebody and somebody sees your significant other and want them for them. And they go to somebody spiritual to do a brujeria, witchcraft on you to separate y'all two so she can have that other.
Yep. And what they do down here in Colombia, people will pay to get the curse taken off them. They don't know who it was that put the curse on them, and they will pay somebody, like a guy like this gentleman, to get the curse taken off them, even though they don't know who it was that put the curse on them. And there are women down here in Colombia that will sit back and say, I know who it was. It's a young lady from back in high school that when I dated her man and they got married, and she still thinks because he talks about me and he wants me that I want him, and so she put this curse on my life, and so I had to pay to get this curse taken off. Bruh, they are serious down here, bruh. Is that serious? And it's like having a regular conversation. It's not like it's a deep, like, yes, she put a curse on me. No, they talk about it and they like, oh, I'm gonna go down to the shaman, get this taken care of. I'll see you in 20 minutes. We're gonna go get something to eat. That's how it is down here, how they talk. You're not lying.
We're living in a world that I tell people, don't ever think that you can't get brujeria thrown on you. Don't ever think you don't have brujeria thrown on you. Whenever you feel something's wrong, try to go into the cause of it. Try to find somebody's spirit to see if that's the situation, because that's a foul situation for you to be in a relationship with somebody today and tomorrow somebody de trabajo to separate you from that person just because they wanted it. Blessings in God and stay woke. Stay blessful. Put God first. Stay humble.
Everybody who knows me knows I do love spells, and my love spells are really fucking strong. And I figured that out by accident. So much that there are ones from 13 years ago that are still watching me. Still watching me. Can't get over me. Can't replace me. Can't fill the void no matter what the fuck they do. Then I found out that my love spells don't last for years. They last for lifetimes. That was an accident. I know I could do all that. I ain't even gonna hold you. I was just as surprised when I found out. I'm like, damn, just like imagine just lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. You're just lonely. You're just trying to fill a void. And like no matter what the fuck you do, you're just trying to fill this space that's just still fucking empty. No one's ever going to be able to fill it. Until you come across me in the lifetime, and I feel so comfortable. I feel so right. I feel so familiar. I just feel like I fit so perfect, unlike anybody else. Bitch, that's because you couldn't get it right in any of the lifetimes. None of them. Here we are again. If you would have treated me right in that lifetime, this one, we would not be here now, would we? And again, I figured this shit out on accident. And then, right, I started feeling bad because I'm like, oh my God, like, imagine 15 years later and you still can't fucking get over somebody. That's fucking annoying. So I tried to break it. I tried to break them. I'm like, okay, like, and I can't break them. And I'm like, oh no, what did I do? I be telling niggas not to fuck with me. And especially if you're gonna fuck with me, don't play with me, because I don't think you understand it's a lifetime. It's hard. It's hard to get over it. Not only because of the love magic that I do in general, I do a lot of magic on myself. So everything that you would experience with a normal person, when you experience with me, it's heightened by 50, by 100, by 1,000. But no, niggas don't even believe that magic is real. That's fine. Don't believe it. In 10 years, when you're still thinking about me, craving me, crying over me, watching me, you will understand. You feel so comfortable doing it because you've been doing this already. You've done this other lifetimes. You're probably going to do it in your next one, because men are a little too to get it right. Not me though. Y'all stay safe out here in these streets. Like,
she went from this to this, and people say it happened because of witchcraft. Witchcraft born from jealousy. She was known as Colombia's most beautiful traffic officer.
I remember her too. In Medellin. I remember her. The blonde one is here in Cali. The blonde one that went viral, police officer, she's here in Cali. But I remember her going viral in Medellin.
Daniela Gaviria. Passers-by filmed her one night, and within hours, the video went viral across the entire country. She was in the headlines, on TV, everywhere. People admired her calm, her smile, her beauty, but then, suddenly, nothing. For months, she completely disappeared, and when she finally reappeared, she was unrecognizable. Her skin was covered in dark spots, her hair had fallen out, and her once radiant face was now marked by pain. Doctors diagnosed her with a rare autoimmune disease called acrodermatitis, a mysterious condition that's difficult to understand and almost impossible to treat. But recently, something was discovered that changed everything. In the San Camilo Cemetery in Colombia, locals found a hidden ritual buried underground.
I did a love spell on someone I was in love with and it worked. But what came after, I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I am back with another spooky story. I'm gonna call the person who submitted the story Nia. Nia said, I need to tell you something that I never thought I'd admit out loud. We're gonna call her crush Micca. His name was Micca, he had a girlfriend, but however, Nia didn't care. Nia said that she knew that Micca was supposed to be hers. Micca would smile at her sometimes, talk to her a little too long, and Nia thought maybe, just maybe, if she had a little help to help sway him from his girlfriend to her, she would be golden. Nia said that she knew what she felt for Micca was real. And in her eyes, Micca's girlfriend, we're gonna call her Rhea. To Nia, Rhea was just in the way. So Nia had heard about this woman in town that people were whispering about. They said that she could make things happen. So Nia went to the woman and told her that she wanted Micca to love her and only her. Now the woman looked at Nia long and hard before she said, and I quote, I can give you what you're asking for, but once it starts, you can't undo it. Nia said she didn't care, so she said yes because she wanted him. The woman gave her specific instructions on what to do. She needed a red candle, his photo, a little bit of honey, some personal ingredients, like personal item, a prayer over water at midnight, and some of her menstrual. Now Nia says she followed the instructions exactly to the T. She said, and let me tell you, it worked fast. Micca started texting her out of nowhere, and he started texting her more and more. He would find himself showing up where she was at, suddenly telling her that he couldn't stop thinking about her. He even said to her one day that he left his girlfriend, Rhea, out of the picture, gone. Nia said in that moment, hearing that this man done left his girlfriend Rhea for her, she said that, to be honest, she felt powerful. She felt chosen. Until, and one night, Micah shows up outside of Nia's house, crying, boo-hoo crying. And he just said to her out of nowhere, why did you do this to me? I can't eat, I can't think, I feel you even when you're not around. You tied my soul, I know you did something to me. Then out of nowhere, the man smiled. Now Nia says that this didn't look like his regular smile. It's like his face moved. There was something else inside of him entirely. That's when he leans in and says to her, why didn't you feed it? To be continued. Let me know if you're ready for what happens next, because things only got darker from here.
They locking people up in DR for witchcraft, bro. Look at this. Está bueno ya.
Miren, carajo, un santuario satánico. Practicando una brujería aquí en mi municipio.
El ejército, el ejército.
Diario, mochando cabeza. Ustedes están todos detenidos. Mochando cabeza de pollo y matando animales. Aquí
It said you've been hitting animals, taking their heads off, chickens and others. Let me bring that back so some of you guys can read that in the yellow language or translate. He said you'll learn the ones practicing. You're the ones practicing witchcraft. He said daily. He said you've been beheading animals. Y'all all under arrest. Beheading chickens and the rest of the animals here. There is a satanic altar here. Don't you move. Don't move from there.
No te me muevas. No se me mueva. Todos los días practicando brujería. No se...
Every day here practicing witchcraft. Every day here practicing witchcraft. He said, I won't permit this anymore or anywhere. I won't permit this anywhere.
No va a permitir que en mi municipio. No se puede. A nadie le voy a permitir practicar brujería aquí en mi municipio.
Ya tú
Brujía. He said the brujía.
sabes, llegó el ejército. Nadie va a estar jugando de que con brujería. Yo no sé de dónde. Oh, my bad. I forgot I'm an English channel. You know, Dominicans, bro, you feel what I'm saying? We the only flag with a Bible on it. Like, we gotta hold that to our heart, bro, what the Bible says. You feel what I'm saying? We can't be allowing witchcraft, bro. We can't. Look, I'm a big believer. Jesus saves witches. You feel me? I was in witchcraft, all that. You know where this need to happen? In Santiago. That's where they at. Váyanse para Santiago, que ahí es que están todos los...
Letting y'all know where they at in Santiago.
Todos los brujos y la bruja. Go.
Y'all like to go pay for play. Right on the outskirts of, with Sisua.
Hey, I'm telling you, this is fire. You heard him. He talking about finding beheaded animals and all that. He's like, yo, we not doing that over here. Your blood rituals, your spells, your witchcraft, all that is clipped. Like, he not playing them games. Nobody got hurt. They're not abusing nobody. They went in there. They broke all the witchcraft stuff. You feel what I'm saying? Which is biblical. They destroyed it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully these people repent. It looked like they're going to have to go to jail or a little bit for a few days or something. And they might not like it, but low key, he really saving their life right now. It is demonic and witchcraft is nasty, bro. It will destroy your life. I don't know if y'all know, but witchcraft used to be illegal all around the globe. Everybody understood this was not something any society should want in their culture. Somewhere with media and all that, they rebranded, they make it look fun, zodiacs, newspapers, all that, and they put pop culture into it, and it started to become popular again. There was definitely people tripping though, like the Salem witch trials, which is not as big as people think, and actually the ending of the Salem witch trials was because of Christians who believe that we should be saving, not burning. So shout out to all the Christians who ended the Salem witch trial. People don't know that. Me personally, make it illegal again, you feel what I'm saying? The punishment is like a fine. We confiscate and destroy everything, you feel what I'm saying? And they gotta like sit at a church, you feel me, and preach the gospel and all that for like a year. You heard him, he said, ain't nobody doing witchcraft in this place. I don't know what village is that, I don't know what governor, but hey, W mayor, W governor, WDR, bro. I pray this family repents and give their life to Jesus. Come on.
I've met so many men in the Dominican Republic. Tell me why, so many gorgeous men too, by the way. Tell me why they would be like, so do you want to go out and party? And I'm like, no, I don't party. Oh, do you want to go out and dance? I'm like, no, I don't dance. I dance my room by myself, but I'm not about to be around other people. Like, no, this energy is precious. And they're like, so what do you do for fun? I'm like, me? What do you mean? They're like, yeah, so you don't go out to clubs or bars, you don't go drinking, you don't go dancing. So like, those are the 3 social norms that people do for fun. And I was like, I'm doing it. I'm solo traveling. That is what I do for fun. I take myself on trips. I spoil myself like that. So then they're like, well, what do you do at night? And I'm like, I like to be in bed by 10. I have like a whole like skincare routine and like health routine that I do. I like to take my supplements. I like to drink my chamomile tea. I like to read or I study. They're like, what do you study? I'm like, well, astrology and witchcraft. But I'm serious. Like I'm dead ass. That's what I study. I also meditate and I also talk to my spirit guides. Y'all, the look on these men's faces, like their faces were shook. I had a couple men like, oh, okay. And they like turned around and like walked away. Like no qualms. Like I don't care. I do. This is what I do at night. I study witchcraft, astrology, and I talk to my spirit guide and I meditate. Like, I'm not your normal person. I'm not your normal person if you haven't figured this out by now.
Do you believe in brujeria, black magic?
No, I don't rock with that.
But do you believe in it?
I think it's possible, but I don't rock with it. I like stay away from it, you know. I had a date one time back then and she pulled out a bunch of rocks under the moon and shit and I ran to the car. I left her at the park. Like, there was no fucking, like, stay away, bro. You know?
She came out with like rocks and shit?
Rocks and fucking candle and lit some wood on fire. I was gone. I did the dash, dude. Honestly. No.
Do you think she wanted to like pull some type of move on you or what?
I think she tried to put a hex, low key, but.
What about you? You believe in brujeria?
I do, but I mean, I don't have stones or nothing. I never tried it.
Okay.
But like, I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
Do you believe in brujeria?
Absolutely, bro. Of course, bro.
Why?
Because, bro, how could you not do there's things that we can't explain, bro, in Mexican like folk tales, dude. Like first of all, La Llorona, that's some crazy shit. I've seen that shit in TJ, bro, to be honest, bro.
What do you mean you seen that shit?
Bro, I've seen that shit as a little kid, bro. I've seen my family like talk about that. And as we're talking about that, we're going up like these certain hills up in TJ. And we literally hear like people, like not even people, but like this one lady just crying. As soon as she was talking about that, bro, and ever since then, bro, I believed about it.
Welcome back, gang. We on day 15 of 31 Black Witches of Halloween. Let's tap into Siempre Bruja, aka Netflix, Always a Witch.
This was a good show. If you like Cartagena and you like Colombian history and the history of Colombia when it comes to slavery, this was a good documentary. This was a couple of years ago. I was looking for Afro-Colombian shows on Netflix. And this was one of the ones that popped up. I kid you not. This is a real show. Always a Witch. It's about a girl that is born into slavery and she's a witch. But she didn't realize she was a time travel witch. And so she fell in love with the guy from she fell in love with her master's son. Yeah, it was on TV. Now it's on Netflix. And so yeah, it was pretty good. You didn't feel like, oh, it's a witch. You know, it's kind of like Sabrina the Teenage Witch type of, you know, just kind of kiddie, corny, teenagey. But it was kind of cool to sit back and see how they did the set for old school Cartagena and then modern day Cartagena, because she was a time traveler. So the show kind of like had you going back and forth through the old Cartagena and the new Cartagena. And it was kind of cool because it was the first time that I got a chance to actually see an Afro-American star show with this young lady. And it's kind of funny. They make her look creepier than she is on the show. On the show, she doesn't come across like this, like, I'm a witch. But on this advertisement right here, they try to sell it like that. But that's not how she looks at all. And it was kind of cool to sit back and see Cartagena for the first time on a television show on Netflix. And like you said, it was on TV as well. But it was kind of cool to sit back and see that. But it was, so if you really enjoy just to see Cartagena on a from that perspective, a television show perspective, it was a really good plot, really good show. And I watched it, like I said, on Netflix. Some of you guys said it was on television. He said, if y'all brothers in Colombia see a woman crying in a veil, go the opposite way. Forget about her big behind or that big butt. Never trust a big butt to cry. That girl is, seriously. Don't do it. Roja. La Lloro. Ya. Wait a minute. La Llorona. Did I pronounce that correctly? Ya. Oh, wait a minute. La Llorona. Oh, I destroy that. It means crying woman. That girl is
Carmen, the time-traveling witch from Cartagena. In the heat of the Caribbean sun, where the sea meets the ruins of colonial Cartagena. Carmen's name been whispered throughout time. Carmen's story begins in the 1600s. She was born into chains. Carmen is an Afro-Colombiana woman who was enslaved in a world that feared her beauty and her magic. But Carmen carries something ancient in her blood. When she fell in love with punk-ass Cristobal, the white son of her enslaver, he broke every law in time. Y'all know his laws against race, class, and control. And definitely around those times. That love became her death sentence.
You know I had to do it. You know I had to come through and talk about the legendary, the infamous, the notorious Filomena Lubana La Morena, aka Santa Mata.
She is all over candles in South America. All over candles in South America.
La Dominadora. This Loa is a very infamous Loa in Dominican Republic and the 21 divisions. She is very legendary, and people in the Dominican Republic take Filomena Lubana La Morena very serious, extremely serious.
Do y'all remember her? This is Anais from Love and Hip Hop. If you don't remember her, this is what she used to look like. Daddy. She's still pretty though. So if you remember the show, this was her Dominican boyfriend right here. But she cheated on him, and guess with who? Apparently she cheated on him with Rich Dollars. That's tea. Anais was already ahead of the program. She was too big for the program for Love and Hip Hop, to be honest, because she won the Spanish American Idol and she was a big singer, like my girl could sing. But they say after she cheated on her Dominican boyfriend, he put brujeria on her. Let me know if I'm saying that right. Yeah, I don't know why my green screen not working, but apparently this is a Spanish word for witchcraft, and people be like, this is very common. And so basically he put some roots on her, because it's a spell work, talking to spirits, ancestors, or saints. They be having candles and altars, and he put some roots on that girl. So I don't know. And they say that this is what she was looking like afterwards, and she has never been the same since. So y'all send her some prayers. I hope she can get out of them roots. But she's still tea. Face card still eating.
Hot take, I'm not very spiritual or religious, but that Caribbean witchcraft, I'm not saying I believe it, I just won't be the one to disprove the brujeria. No way. Listen, there was one time where I was making between 500 to 800 a week consistently. So my mom hits up her Cuban witch friend and asks, what should Abe do? She says, tell Abe to grab a little pouch, put rice, cinnamon, and a couple other things in it, and keep it in his wallet all summer. Every single week that summer, I made $2,000. When I was a kid and I didn't want to eat, my grandmas would put a towel or a rag on my chest and fold it in a weird way to give me hunger, and it would work. And the last time my mom went to Cuba, she went to go talk to her Cuban witch friend again, and she said, tell Abe when he goes to Miami to not talk to a bad Latina with red hair that likes rugs. This was an entire month before I even moved to Miami. 2 whole months before I even met this girl. You know damn well I did not take her advice. Bad little Latina. I was cooked. I became kind of an alcoholic. I drove a lot. Look, I'm not saying the Cuban witch was right, but bad fortune did follow me when I didn't take her advice. Do I regret it? No!
Yeah, this is what happens when your ex-wife puts a voodoo spell on you, puts pins and needles in a couple of your friends' pictures and puts them in the cemetery from another country. This is what happens. This is what happens. The energy is so bad right now. I feel it. It's like, the energy is like absurd. Absurd.
Y'all doing these love spells. Let me tell you the dangerous part of it. If a person don't want you, and you do a spell to make that person come back, did you know every little thing that person don't like gonna come on their mind? Let's say you got a man, right? The only thing make them mad is when you keep going out with your friends or dudes keep hollering at you. Did you know this how the devil work? The devil will send all those different kind of men to talk to you, knowing your man crazy. All of a sudden, your man want to jump on you, put his hands on you. And men put spells on women too, trying to make that woman stay with him because she fine, she got this and that. I don't want nobody to have him. I'm telling you, some of these women go crazy over a man. And then all of a sudden, different women in your inbox, all of a sudden, all these folks trying to talk to you, she think you cheating, and you done broke her heart so many times. That woman gonna do something to you and do something to them women too. Y'all better be careful playing with this stuff now. It's real out here.
They want to know about love spells.
I think love spells are the most dumbest, stupidest shit you can do. And let me tell you this right now. If you do a love spell, you will never have that person the way you want to have them. They will beat your ass. They'll leave you looking like a raccoon, and they not gonna fuck with you, or they'll treat you so dirty. And then check this shit out, right? When you get them, you know what I mean? When you get them, you know what I mean? You're gonna get tired of them. And what they gonna do?
They ain't
gonna leave you alone. They obsessed with you, and you're probably gonna be like, oh yeah, let me get my little coochie wet. That give me yeah. No, honey, it's gonna be sick. I'm talking about it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to get them off you, hard, bro. And you're just not gonna like the way they're gonna treat you, bro. It's gonna be really, really bad. So I think if you're doing a love spell, be really, really careful. Watch who you do it to, because you never know what's hiding behind those people's thoughts. Some of them are sick. You know what I mean? And if you bring that side out of them, shit.
Domestic
violence.
But this will be mine, right?
Yeah, it'll be yours.
Oh, that's all that matters.
You fix that fucking attitude right now. Don't make me correct you again, love. You know better. Stop being a fucking brat.
I will knock your ass out.
And a part of me is like, hey, if they believe in magic, they believe in manifesting, they know all about the stars, about the universe's truths and all that, and that is so great and wonderful and amazing. The thing that be killing me is if I'm trying to build something with them, and I be like, yo, so what's your credit score? Well, I mean, you know, in the physical realm, credit is just but a. I'm like, oh shit! This girl got a 420. We can't do shit together. Oh my god! Like, wait, so you gonna live in the physical world? You gonna talk all this spiritual shit, but you ain't gonna do all.
He said her credit score is 424 in the spiritual world, in the actual world.
Fuck, when Jupiter and Mars lined up together, the credit really don't even matter if you can really think about it. Like, what
oh
the
my
fuck are you
god!
talking about? Like,
Yeah. No, it get into that. And again, I love them forever. And I'll be like, I'm getting to a point where I get so much money and I got so much going on in the physical world. Baby, you good? Just teaching about spiritual, we can work with it. But when you start saying shit like, you know, the money just gonna manifest itself, and I don't really worry about money. Money comes to me, and I fuck with the affirmations, but when it don't.
Y'all really be thinking it's sexy and fun and the way to go to date a witch because it's exciting until it doesn't work out and she walks out of your life. Then you're quick to say she cursed you because your life is falling apart. No, babe, she took her protection with her.
So I had this female friend a couple of years ago. Me and her no longer friends because I cut her the fuck off. Here's why. She was a pretty girl, but she was heavyset. But that didn't stop her from getting fucked. She wanted love, but she was fast in the ass. And most men, they treat big women a little different. They not gonna love you in public, but they'll fuck the shit out of you behind closed doors. So one day she decided that she wanted love by any means. She gets with this guy. He was everything she wanted, but she couldn't get him to stop fucking other women. But then she tells me that he becomes obsessive. He's real clingy. He won't give her space, and he just crazy. He all over her, he's crazy. She made it seem like this just happened out of the blue. Come to find out, she had them put love spells on him. And she told me she put love spells on him. She said she wanted him, and she wanted him all about her. So one day when they was having sex, she put spells on him. Of course he did not know about it. And of course she took advantage of him. She told me all of this. So in the end, she got the man. She got some of what she wanted. The man was all about her. But he was so all about her that she couldn't breathe without him jumping down her throat. He was literally obsessive, possessive, and if I'm not mistaken, he ended up getting violent. Now I say all that to say, that's typically how the love spells work. When you forcing somebody to love you, you forcing somebody to be with you, it is unnatural, so the results will be unnatural. Ladies, if you want love, heal yourself internally. I'm telling you, a beautiful spirit will attract what's for you before a fat ass and big titties will. Become feminine, not just some of the times, but all the times. Forgive them people, let it go. Start going to the gym, drink your water, and truly take care of your spirit. That's how you attract the man that's for you. There ain't a man on this planet that ain't attracted to a beautiful spirit. Even the ops attracted to beautiful spirits, baby. Now before I cut her off, I should have had a conversation with her, but I didn't. I didn't trust her. I lost all respect for her.
I can understand that, brother. I can understand that. All right, gentlemen, we've had a long evening. We started at 6:30. It is now. Well, how long are we in? We have been at it for all 5 hours and 40 minutes. Shout out to all you guys that were hanging out with your boy this long. Let you guys get some sleep. We're not going to do an outro tonight. We're not gonna do an outro video tonight. We're just gonna cut off for the first time in a while. We're just gonna cut off, let you guys get some rest, chill. But at least you guys know what people believe in the Latin community as well as other communities. I found in European and African communities, they believe in the same thing. And so he said, hell, I'm at work. Okay, I understand you. I hope we help you out with a few hours of enjoyment while you're at work. And so Andre will be talking about the why on Sunday. Why are the women in Colombia doing this? Especially when it comes to relationships. That's what she's going to talk about. Why are these women using love spells when it comes to relationship with foreign men? He said, no outro, I'll unsubscribe. Oh, let's get this man an outro. Let's get this man an outro. And make sure that you guys, if you unsubscribe here, make sure that you subscribe to Andre's channel. Make sure you do that. He said, what is cologne? Cologne of the night is, I didn't even get a chance to put it on. Cologne of the night is Liquid Brune, which is a vanilla scent. Liquid Brune is the cologne of the night. So I'm going to put, I guess that's going to be the cologne on Friday night, since I didn't get a chance to put it on tonight. Put that back in there. And let's get this man at least one outro video. Let's do it. Let us do it. We haven't looked at this one in a while.
Vamos a bailar. Ay, la sala está llena de gente, cuerpos sudorosos acá. La pista está hirviendo, pero te destaca, mamá, brillando como una estrella. Mira qué bonita está. Escucha el coro, mamita, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, baranchera, vamos a bailar, vamos a bailar. Baranchera, vamos a bailar. Ay, siempre un paso para adelante, después un paso para atrás. Ahora te suelto, mamita, muévete con el ritmo que va. Sandunguera, te estoy llamando, mira qué bonita estás. Escucha el coro de nuevo, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, baranchera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Sandunguera, baranchera, vamos a bailar. Ay, sandunguera linda, vamos a bailar tú y yo. Ay, qué sabroso. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Vamos a gozar. Muévete, sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Ay, repítelo. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Ay, vamos a guarachar, mamá. Sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Oye, mira, mami, vamos a gozar, vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Juntos tú y yo en la pista, mami. Vamos a guarachar. Ahora vamos a gozar. Ay, esa cosa que me hiciste, mami, me gustó. Vamos a guarachar. Muévete bien, chiquita. Vamos a gozar. Mueve tu cuerpo y tu cinturita. Vamos a guarachar. Oye, el ritmo te está llamando ahora. Vamos a gozar. Este ritmo es para guarachar, señora. Vamos a guarachar. Ay, camina con el mambo ahí. Vamos a gozar. Si mamá guerrera oye Lola, vamos a guarachar. Vamos a guarachar, vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Ay, qué rico está, qué rico. Vamos a guarachar.